Unforgettable? Well, buckle up as we dive into the vibrant heart of the United Kingdom, a city that seamlessly blends history, culture, and modernity. London. First up on our list is the iconic Tower of London. This fortress, royal palace, and infamous prison hold nearly 1,000 years of history within its walls. Be prepared to be enthralled by tales of its past, from the breathtaking crown jewels to the chilling White Tower. Next, we turn our attention to the British Museum. Housing millions of works spanning over 2 million years of history, it's no wonder that this treasure trove of global art and artifacts is a must-visit. From the Rosetta Stone to the Elgin Marbles, each exhibit tells a story that transcends time and geography. Moving on, we land at the London Eye, a modern marvel that offers unrivaled views of the city. As the giant wheel slowly turns, you'll be treated to a panoramic view of the city, from the Houses of Parliament to St. Paul's Cathedral and beyond. Our fourth stop is the vibrant Covent Garden. Known for its shopping, food, and entertainment, this district offers something for everyone. Whether you're looking for designer boutiques, delectable cuisine, or mesmerizing street performances, Covent Garden is sure to delight. Finally, we round off our list with the enchanting Kew Gardens. This World Heritage Site serves as a living encyclopedia of plants and fungi. From the towering palm house to the tranquil Japanese garden, Kew offers a breath of fresh air amidst the city's hustle and bustle. In summary, London offers a diverse array of attractions to satisfy any visitor. From the historical Tower of London and the British Museum to the thrilling London Eye, from the bustling Covent Garden to the serene Kew Gardens, each destination promises a unique and unforgettable experience. So, when you plan your next trip to London, be sure to include these stops for a taste of history, culture, and excitement that the city has to offer. Remember, in London, there's always something new to discover and an adventure waiting around every corner.
Title: Faith Over Fear. Trusting God in Uncertain Times. Introduction. We all face fear. Sometimes it whispers in the dark corners of our minds: fear of failure, fear of sickness, fear for our loved ones, fear of the unknown. Other times, it crashes into our lives unexpectedly through job loss, tragedy, or a sudden change in plans. But as believers, we are called to live not by fear, but by faith. Faith doesn't mean we ignore fear. It means we choose to believe that God is bigger than whatever scares us, the peace He offers, and the power He gives. She cried out to God in desperation. And what surprised her most wasn't the immediate provision but the peace she felt as she waited. "I should have been panicking," she said, "but I wasn't. I knew God saw me. That's the peace of God guarding your heart, like a soldier at the door." It means we shift our focus from what we can control to the one who holds everything in His hands. "Be not dismayed, for I am your God." It moves, but the moment he looked at the wind and waves, fear took over and he began to sink. Yet even then Jesus reached out and saved him. It obeys. He doesn't shame us for sinking. He saves us when we call out in faith. It steps out of in when it doesn't make sense. Everyone told him it was crazy, but you don't have to let it in. You have a choice. You can live by fear or by faith. One leads to paralysis, the other to purpose. He had a family to support, no guarantee of income, but he knew God had called him. It wasn't easy, but over and over God provided. The hardest part was letting go of control, he said. But That's where I found the most freedom. I will strengthen you. I will help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. This isn't a vague comfort, it's a clear promise. God is with you. God will help you. God will hold you. Today, we're going to explore how to walk in faith over fear by looking at the promises of God. 1. God's promises silence fear, but God's promises are certain. Feed your spirit with the Word. Surround yourself with godly community. Speak God's promises out loud. Pray boldly and step forward, not because you're fearless, but because you trust the one who goes before you. The fear was real, what? But I clung to Psalm 56:3. When I am afraid, I will trust in you, not if I am afraid when. God doesn't condemn us for feeling fear, but He calls us to trust Him through it. They are anchors in the storm. When fear says, "You're alone," faith responds, "God is with me." When fear whispers, "You're not strong enough," faith declares, "The Lord is my strength." Isaiah 41, banding 10:6. Fear not, for I am with you. Fear thrives in uncertainty. I remember a time when I was faced with a difficult medical diagnosis. Do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. And the peace of God will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. 2. God's peace guards our hearts. Philippians 4:2, 6-7 tells us. This peace is not natural, it's supernatural. It's peace in the middle of the storm. Not just when the storm is over, it's the kind of peace Jesus had when He slept in the boat during the storm. Why? Because He knew who was in control. A single mother in our church once shared how she faced eviction with no clear way forward. 3. God's power helps us act in faith. Faith isn't passive. Think of Peter walking on water in Matthew 14. As long as his eyes were on Jesus, he stayed above the waves. That's the heart of our God. I once met a man who left a secure job to become a missionary. Faith often begins where our comfort ends, and when we take that step, we discover that God is faithful to meet us there. Conclusion. Fear may knock at your door. Faith says, God is for me. God is with me. God is working all things for my good. Even if I don't understand the how, I trust the who. So today, choose faith. As to Timothy 1:27 says, God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind.
Welcome to our travel guide series, where we explore the top travel destinations around the globe. Each location is rich in history, brimming with attractions, and offers unique experiences that will inspire your wanderlust. Let's embark on this journey together. Our next destination is New York City, USA, a city that never sleeps and is always buzzing with energy. The Big Apple is a hub of excitement, culture, and diversity, where every street corner tells a different story. Founded in 1624 as a trading post by Dutch colonists, New York City has evolved into a global hub of commerce, culture, and innovation. Its rich history is reflected in its architecture and landmarks. New York City is home to some of the world's most iconic landmarks, each with its own unique story and significance. Stand in awe of the Statue of Liberty, a symbol of freedom and democracy, welcoming millions of immigrants to the shores of America. Take in the dazzling lights of Times Square, the crossroads of the world, where the energy is palpable and the atmosphere electric. Walk through the vast expanse of Central Park, an urban oasis in the heart of the city, offering a peaceful retreat from the bustling streets. Discover world-class museums like the Metropolitan Museum of Art, MET, where you can explore art from different cultures and eras, and the Museum of Modern Art, MoMA, showcasing contemporary masterpieces that push the boundaries of creativity. Explore the historic neighborhoods of Greenwich Village, known for its bohemian vibe and artistic heritage, and Harlem, each with its unique charm and cultural significance, where the roots of jazz and the Harlem Renaissance still resonate. Don't miss a visit to the One World Observatory for stunning views of the city skyline, offering a perspective like no other. New York City is a place where dreams come true, offering endless opportunities for exploration, entertainment, and inspiration. From Broadway shows to rooftop bars, the city's nightlife is unparalleled. Its rich history, vibrant cultural scene, and iconic landmarks make it a must-visit destination for every traveler. Whether you're a first-time visitor or a seasoned explorer, New York City always has something new to offer. Beyond its famous attractions, New York City boasts a dynamic street life, bustling with energy and diversity. The city is also home to a wealth of hidden gems waiting to be discovered. Stroll through the High Line, an elevated park built on a historic rail line offering unique views of the cityscape. Explore the trendy shops and eateries of Chelsea Market, where you can find everything from artisanal foods to unique souvenirs. Experience the vibrant atmosphere of the Brooklyn Bridge Park, offering stunning views of the Manhattan skyline, perfect for a leisurely walk or a picnic. Indulge in NYC's diverse culinary scene, from classic New York-style pizza that you can grab on the go, to gourmet dishes at Michelin-starred restaurants that promise an unforgettable dining experience. Don't forget to experience a Broadway show, a quintessential New York experience that showcases the city's artistic excellence and vibrant culture. Thank you for joining us on this incredible journey through the vibrant streets and iconic landmarks of New York City. We hope you feel inspired to explore its countless wonders and hidden gems. Stay tuned for our next thrilling adventure in Cairo, Egypt, where we'll uncover even more amazing sights, rich history, and unforgettable experiences. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel for more exciting travel guides and tips. Safe travels, and see you soon!
A global trail of honor. PM Modi's collection of prestigious awards abroad. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's diplomatic journeys are as much about global cooperation as they are a testament to India's growing stature in the world. In recent visits to the West Indies, Nigeria, Brazil, and most recently, Guyana, the Indian leader has been celebrated not just for his statesmanship, but also for his transformative impact on global policies and India's development trajectory. Here's a glimpse into the honors bestowed upon PM Modi during his illustrious international tour. Guyana, a historic visit celebrated with warmth and honor. In November 2024, Prime Minister Modi embarked on a historic visit to Guyana, marking the first by an Indian Prime Minister in over 5 decades. The Guyanese government extended a heartfelt welcome, reflecting the deep-rooted cultural and historical ties between the two nations. During this visit, PM Modi was conferred with the Order of Excellence, Guyana's highest national honor, in recognition of his efforts to strengthen bilateral relations and his commitment to the development of the Global South. The ceremony was a vibrant affair, featuring traditional Guyanese music and dance, symbolizing the rich cultural tapestry shared by both countries. In his address to the Guyanese Parliament, PM Modi emphasized the shared values of democracy and humanity, stating, "The relation of India and Guyana is very deep. It is the relation of soil, sweat, and diligence. West Indies, a tropical welcome to innovation and leadership." In the heart of the Caribbean, PM Modi was honored with the Caribbean International Leadership Award, recognizing his efforts to strengthen ties between India and the CARICOM nations. Against the picturesque backdrop of turquoise seas and golden sands, the Prime Minister was celebrated for his initiatives in renewable energy, such as the International Solar Alliance, and his visionary stance on climate change. During the ceremony in Kingston, Jamaica, local dignitaries lauded his efforts in fostering South-South cooperation, particularly through developmental projects and investments in technology that have benefited small island nations. PM Modi has become a beacon of hope for nations seeking sustainable growth, remarked a West Indian leader. Modi, in turn, charmed the audience with his inclusive rhetoric, promising to continue bolstering Caribbean-Indian ties through culture, cricket, and commerce. Nigeria, champion of the Global South. In the bustling metropolis of Abuja, Nigeria rolled out the red carpet for PM Modi, presenting him with the Order of African Unity Medal for his unwavering commitment to the Global South. Modi's leadership in championing issues critical to Africa, such as digital infrastructure, healthcare access, and sustainable agriculture, took center stage. The vibrant ceremony saw traditional Nigerian dancers celebrating this unique bond, with PM Modi donning a Nigerian agbada, reflecting his respect for the nation's culture. Addressing the gathering, he expressed India's enduring solidarity with Africa, calling for a collective push towards equitable global development. Africa holds a special place in India's heart, Modi declared, reinforcing his vision for a more equitable and prosperous future. Brazil, bridging continents through diplomacy. In Brazil, PM Modi was conferred with the Order of Rio Branco, one of the nation's highest civilian honors, during his participation in the BRICS summit in Brasilia. The award recognizes leadership in strengthening economic partnerships across continents, particularly through BRICS, and his relentless advocacy for multilateralism. Amid the grandeur of Brazilian hospitality, Modi's speeches resonated deeply with the audience as he discussed the shared values of democracy, sustainability, and economic inclusivity. His cultural diplomacy shone brightly when he participated in a capoeira demonstration, symbolizing the confluence of Indian and Brazilian heritage. Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva commended Modi's ability to bring nations together, saying, "Prime Minister Modi embodies the spirit of a leader who seeks not just national, but global transformation, a legacy of recognition and influence." PM Modi's collection of prestigious awards from diverse corners of the globe underscores his emergence as a statesman whose influence transcends borders. From his advocacy for sustainable development to his emphasis on cultural diplomacy, Modi has not only positioned India as a global leader, but also built lasting bridges of friendship. These awards also reflect a broader acceptance of India's leadership in tackling critical global challenges, climate change, healthcare equity, and technology-led development. Modi's journey across the West Indies, Nigeria, Brazil, and Guyana is a vivid illustration of a leader at the pinnacle of global recognition, inspiring billions while fostering a world united by shared aspirations. With every accolade, the narrative of a resurgent India continues to captivate the global stage. PM Modi's story is not just India's story. It is a story of a new world order, one where collaboration triumphs over division. Poem: Rising Star of Bharat. From the lands of the Himalayas to the ocean so blue, a leader rises, proud and true. In every heart, his spirit ignites, uniting nations with wisdom's light. With dreams as vast as the open sky, he charts the course where futures lie. A melody of progress, a harmony of peace. India's glory, he helps release. O Bharat ke chand, tu roshan kare, teri betan se duniya sovan kare. Ha desh mein ganj tera naam, tere cadman pe ho salam. धरती से अंबर तक जुलाए राग, मोदी के साथ हाय भारत का भाग. झूम जगत, चुपी हाय गाँव, तेरे साथ आए नए रंग इनके साथ. In Guyana's sunlit, emerald embrace, the seeds of friendship you firmly place. In Nigeria's rhythms, your voice is strong, a promise of unity, a hopeful song. Brazilian skies and the Caribbean tide, witness your vision, open and wide. From ancient soil to modern days, you lead the world in countless ways. सपनों का साथी, वीर भारत का, विश्व में चमका, सितारा सबका. नाच रहे सूरज, लहराती हवा, जहान भी गई तू, चमका भारत का दिया. ओ भारत के चांद, तू रोशन करे, तेरी बेटन से दुनिया सोवन करे. हर देश में गंज तेरा नाम, तेरे कैडमन पे हो सलाम. धरती से अंबर तक जो लाए राग, मोदी के साथ हाय भारत का भाग. झूम जगत, चुपी हाय गाँव, तेरे साथ आए नए रंगन के साथ. With every award, a story we weave, of India's glory and dreams we believe. A heritage of wisdom, a future so bright, a tapestry of hope in the world's sight. Modi ji, your journey inspires the soul. A vision of one world, a single goal. Let every heart sing, let every voice rise. The song of Bharat under infinite skies. Namati, Namati, O Bharat ke saathi, जगत के दीपक, दुख मीठा टम्बाटी. स्वागत हाय, आभार हाय, शुक्रिया सबका. भारत के चांद, तू हाय विश्व का सितारा. Translation: We bow to you, O friend of Bharat, the lamp of the world, spreading joy far and wide. Welcome, gratitude, thanks to all. O moon of Bharat, you are the star of the world.
In the land of a thousand tales, where dreams unfurl, a melody rides on the wing, a story to unfurl. Colors dance, voices sing, the rhythm of the soil. Unity in diversity, the Bharat's precious jewel. Rising star of Bharat, shining bright and bold, inspiring the souls across the globe, a melody untold. From the peaks of the Himalayas to the Arabian Sea, the world dances to your tune, oh Bharat's dignity. Whispering flute, harmonious grace, enchanting the glow with every single phrase. Satar strings, resonating the truth, guiding the youth to a future uncouth. As the tabla resonates, cultures blend in harmony. Rising star of Bharat, your song is our astronomy. A fading sitar note, leaving an eternal mark. Thousand tales, where dreams unfurl, a melody rides on the wing, a story to unfurl. Colors dance, voices sing, the rhythm of the soil. Unity in diversity, the Bharat's precious jewel. Rising star of Bharat, shining bright and bold, inspiring the souls across the globe, a melody untold. From the peaks of the Himalayas to the Arabian Sea, the world dances to your tune, oh Bharat's dignity. Whispering flute, harmonious grace, enchanting the glow with every single phrase. Satar strings, resonating the truth, guiding the youth to a future uncouth. As the tabla resonates, cultures blend in harmony. Rising star of Bharat, your song is our astronomy. A fading sitar note, leaving an eternal mark.
work nowadays.
Time fluctuating, real people inviting. I know the old battle, culture on the other.
Locked at 387, a day of grit, glory, and gathering storms at Lord's. Day 3 at Lord's was less a cricket match and more an emotional opera, full of suspense, theater, fire, brilliance, and just the right touch of chaos. When the dust finally settled, India and England stood on exactly the same score, 387 each. Tied. Perfectly. Like a test match arm wrestle frozen in a photo finish. But the day truly belonged to KL Rahul, Rishabh Pant, Ravindra Jadeja, a trio that weathered storms, overcame nerves, and kept India's hopes alive against all odds. KL Rahul, calm, composed, and centurion again. KL Rahul walked into this match with the confidence of a man who had seen the lows and fought his way back. His innings of 100 was more than just a personal milestone. It was a statement, Controlled, elegant, unflappable, Referral set the tone for India's innings, but it wasn't all smooth sailing. With lunch looming and Referral stranded on 98, Rishabh Pant attempted a desperate single that led to a brilliant Ben Stokes run-out, ending their century stand and adding drama to what had been a stoic session. Referral's eventual dismissal came 11 balls after reaching his ton, a soft ending to what had been a masterclass in temperament and timing. Rishabh Pant, unpredictable, unstoppable, unforgettable. Still recovering from injury, Pant refused to be passive. He charged Jofra Archer, attempted reverse scoops, smashed sixes, and even took on the short ball barrage from Ben Stokes. His 74 was stitched from courage and chaos quintessentially Pant. Even when reckless, his intent fired up the dressing room, the kind of spark that inflames belief. And with 88 test sixes, he's just too short of Sehwag's all-time India record. Ravindra Jadeja, the rock in the middle order. Comet the hour, Comet Sir Jadeja. His 72 off 131 balls might not earn screaming headlines, but it was the silent steal in India's innings. Archer was breathing fire. Stokes was snarling, but Jadeja stood tall, showing the technique of a top-order batter and the tenacity of a street fighter. His wicket fell with India 11 short of England's total. The tail wagged briefly, and the match was beautifully, poetically, ridiculously tied at 387. England's fire and frustration. Ben Stokes looked closer as been its best, aggressive, confrontational, and incredibly sharp in the field. His direct hit was pure theater. His short-pitch spell was pure venom. And then there was Jofra Archer. Clocking 150-plus kilometer H, Archer produced his fastest ever test spell, hurling down lightning bolts that had Jadeja and Reddy dancing on the edge. It felt like 2019 again, only this time India didn't flinch. Despite the pressure, England couldn't force a collapse, and when England came out to bat again, the deliberate slowing down of play and exchanges with Shubman and Gill only underlined the pressure cooker this test has become. He succeeds, a second-inning shootout at Lord's. As Day 3 closed with England 2-0, this test is now delicately poised for a second-inning shootout. With Jasper Bumrah and Akash deep waiting in the wings and India's belief sky high, the momentum is subtly shifting. India has already outplayed England's bowlers across 2 tests. They've matched them in the field. Now they must bowl with control and intend to press on the advantage. England's top order is under scrutiny. Root is yet to fire in this innings, but looms large, and India's quicks are rested, hungry, and battle-tested. Key to Day 4. Early wickets, India needs to strike quickly before Root or Brooks settle. Bumrah factor, back on his hunting ground, Bumrah could be the difference-maker. Pant's fitness, his ability to keep him bat again, will influence India's strategy. Pitch behavior, Lords might flatten out, making the first 2 sessions vital. Final word. If Day 2 was about fire and domination, Day 3 was about finesse, fight-backs, and emotional swings. And now, heading into Day 4, India smells opportunity. This test is no longer just a match. It's a mental duel, a tug-of-war of intent, belief, and execution. The team that blinks now loses.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory
shines on every face. Inshallah, India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Filled with blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner art. India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Inshallah, India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
One in Guyana, the song from the rivers wide to the golden shore. We rise as one, divided, no more. A land where hope and heart belong. We sing our truth in one strong song. Progress never ceases, bold and bright. Peace, prosperity, and progress ignite. Where people achieve and dreams endure. This place we love, forever pure. One Guyana, our song and our stand. One people, one nation, one destiny, hand in hand. Together we build, united and free. This is our home, our legacy. Never let the shadows dim your light. chase the stars within your soul. One in Guyana, the song from the rivers wide to the golden shore. We rise as one, divided, no more. A land where hope and heart belong. We sing our truth in one strong song. Progress never ceases, bold and bright. Peace, prosperity, and progress ignite. Where people achieve and dreams endure. This place we love, forever pure. One Guyana, our song and our stand. One people, one nation, one destiny, hand in hand. Together we build, united and free. This is our home, our legacy. Never let the shadows dim your light. Onward through the darkness, take your flight. Resilience like a river, ever strong and whole. Only you can chase the stars within your soul. From Linden to Lethem, our voices blend. In peace we walk, on grace depend. A place of national unity we claim, with justice, truth, and honor as our flame. A fantastic country, bold and grand, with healing and wisdom in every hand. We honor the past, Jake and Burnham's call, to build a future that uplifts all live independently, bold and proud, with freedom echoing long and loud. We turn from hate, embrace the right, and walk in love with eyes on light. No more corruption, no more fear. A brighter tomorrow drawing near. From party to party, hand to hand, together we rise to bless this land. One Guyana, our song and our stand. One people, one nation, one destiny, hand in hand. Together we build, united and free. This is our hope, our victory. Never let the shadows dim your light. Onward through the darkness, take your flight. Resilience like a river, ever strong and whole. Only you can chase the stars within your soul. One in Guyana, the song from the rivers wide to the golden shore. We rise as one, divided, no more. A land where hope and heart belong. We sing our truth in one strong song. Progress never ceases, bold and bright. Peace, prosperity, and progress ignite. Where people achieve and dreams endure. This place we love, forever pure. One Guyana, our song and our stand. legacy. Never let the shadows dim your light. Onward through the darkness, take your flight. Resilience like a river, ever strong and whole. Only you can chase the stars within your soul. From Linden to Lethem, our voices blend. In peace we walk, on grace depend. A place of national unity we claim, with justice, truth, and honor as our flame. A fantastic country, bold and grand, with healing and wisdom in every hand. We honor the past, Jake and Burnham's call, to build a future that uplifts all live independently, bold and proud, with freedom echoing long and loud. We turn from hate, embrace the right, and walk in love with eyes on light. No more corruption, no more fear, a brighter tomorrow drawing near. From party to party, hand to hand, together we rise to bless this land. One guide and our song and our stand. One people, one nation, one destiny, hand in hand, together we build, united and free. This is our hope, our victory. Never let the shadows dim your light. Onward through the darkness, take your flight. Resilience like a river, ever strong and whole. Only you can chase the stars within your soul. One in Guyana, the song, from the rivers wide to the golden shore. We rise as one, divided, no more. A land where hope and heart belong. We sing our truth in one strong song. Progress never ceases, bold and bright. Peace, prosperity, and progress ignite. Where people achieve and dreams endure. This place we love, forever pure. One guide and our song and our stand. One people, one nation, one destiny, hand in hand, together we build, united and free. This is our home, our legacy. Never let the shadows dim your light. that uplifts all. All live independently, bold and proud, with freedom echoing long and loud. We turn from hate, embrace the right, and walk in love with eyes on light. No more corruption, no more fear, a brighter tomorrow drawing near. From party to party, hand to hand, together we rise to bless this land. One guided, our song and our stand. One people, one nation, one destiny, hand in hand, together we build, united and free. This is our hope, our victory. Never let the shadows dim your light. Onward through the darkness, take your flight. Resilience like a river, ever strong and whole. Only you can chase the stars within your soul. One in Guyana, the song from the rivers wide to the golden shore. We rise as one, divided, no more. A land where hope and heart belong. We sing our truth in one strong song. Progress never ceases, bold and bright. Peace, prosperity, and progress ignite. Where people achieve and dreams endure. This place we love, forever pure. One Guyana, our song and our stand. One people, one nation, one destiny, hand in hand, together we build, united and free. This is our home, our legacy. Never let the shadows dim your light. Onward through the darkness, take your flight. Resilience like a river, ever strong and whole. Only you can chase the stars within your soul. From Linden to Lethem, our voices blend. In peace we walk, on grace depend. A place of national unity we claim, with justice, truth, and honor as our flame. A fantastic country, bold and grand, with healing and wisdom in every hand. We honor the past, Jake and Burnham's call, to build a future that uplifts all. All live independently, bold and proud, with freedom echoing long and loud. We turn from hate, embrace the right, and walk in love with eyes on light. No more corruption, no more fear, a brighter tomorrow drawing near. From party to party, hand to hand, together we rise to bless this land. a song. From the rivers wide to the golden shore, we rise as one, divided no more. A land where hope and heart belong. We sing our truth in one strong song. Progress never ceases, bold and bright. Peace, prosperity, and progress ignite. Where people achieve and dreams endure. This place we love, forever pure. One guide and our song and our stand. One people, one nation, one destiny, hand in hand. Together we build, united and free. This is our home, our legacy. Never let the shadows dim your light. Onward through the darkness, take your flight. Resilience like a river, ever strong and whole. Only you can chase the stars within your soul. From Linden to Lethem, our voices blend. In peace we walk, on grace depend. A place of national unity we claim, with justice, truth, and honor as our flame. A fantastic country, bold and grand, with healing and wisdom in every hand. We honor the past, Jake and Burnham's call, to build a future that uplifts all live independently, bold and proud, with freedom echoing long and loud. We turn from hate, embrace the right, and walk in love with eyes on light. No more corruption, no more fear. A brighter tomorrow drawing near. From party to party, hand to hand, together we rise to bless this land. One guide and our song and our stand. One people, one nation, one destiny, hand in hand. Together we build, united and free. This is our hope, our victory. Never let the shadows dim your light. Onward through the darkness, take your flight. Resilience like a river, ever strong and whole. Only you can chase the stars within your soul.
Bible Mysteries, Unsealed. Episode 2, The Nephilim Conspiracy, Giants Among Us. In the deep shadows of early Genesis, before the flood, before Babel, before law and covenant, there is a cryptic verse, so brief and strange that many skip over it without pause. And yet, within that verse lies a mystery that has captivated scholars, conspiracy theorists, and biblical detectives for generations. Genesis 6:2-4 reads, "There were giants on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came in to the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. Those were the mighty men who were of old, men of renown." Giants, sons of God, daughters of men, men of renown. What? Is this, some say, myth? Others, metaphor? Or were they something else, beings not of this world? But what if it's neither? It introduces us to a group called the Watchers, a cadre of angels assigned to observe humanity. But instead of simply watching, they crossed the line. They descended, they desired, half human, half divine, beings of immense size, strength, and wickedness. Others would call the beginning of the end. Genesis 6-9 says Noah was perfect in his generations. Was that a moral compliment? Or a reference to his untainted bloodline, and also afterward? In Hebrew, Nephilim comes from the root nephil, meaning to fall. They are the fallen ones. And immediately your mind jumps fallen from where? What if it's history? These beings are called Nephilim, a name, as chilling as it is debated. These were remnants. The Philistine warrior defeated by David may have been one of them. A giant, descended from something not quite human. Survivors. Echoes of a pre-flood monstrosity. Others say they were hidden, suppressed, buried deeper than the bones themselves. They went by different names, Anakim Rapaim, Zamzamim, but the fear was the same. Theologians have long pondered, who were the sons of God? Were they righteous descendants of Seth? Book of Enoch once again lifts the curtain just a little further. When Moses sends spies into Canaan, they return terrified, saying, or a spiritual dacia vu. They mated with human women, and their offspring, the Nephilim. They weren't just tall, they were terrifying. God looks upon the earth and declares it corrupts, so much so that he sends the flood. There are photographs, now mysteriously scrubbed from archives, showing skulls with double rows of teeth, elongated craniums, giant femurs. They weren't just warriors, they were aberrations. They were the stuff of legend and judgment. According to Enoch, these watchers taught forbidden knowledge to humanity, sorcery, weaponry, astrology, seduction, what some might call technological enlightenment. It's no coincidence that shortly after this strange invasion, in fact, some scholars argue that Noah's righteousness wasn't just about character, it was about genetics. Did the flood cleanse the earth of Nephilim, or merely scatter their seed? Could CRISPR technology be echoing the forbidden arts once taught by the Watchers? Could the sudden push toward transhumanism, the blending of man and machine, be a modern repeat of the ancient hybrid rebellion? The text is tantalizingly ambiguous. There were giants on the earth in those days. Also afterward, after the flood, after the reset, after the judgment. We meet them again in Numbers 13. There we saw the Nephilim. And we were like grasshoppers in our own sight. These weren't ordinary opponents. Some believe Goliath, but what if they're still among us? We may find that the monsters of old never really died. They just changed form. Stay curious. And remember, not all giants wear armor. Some fringe researchers drawing on ancient texts, satellite imagery, and classified military reports believe the Nephilim didn't disappear. They went underground. Literally. There are tales, especially in Middle Eastern and Native American lore, of vast underground cities, of bones too large to be human, of sarcophagi that defy conventional classification. Smithsonian officials claim to have lost these artifacts. Why? Because if the Nephilim were real, if ancient hybrid beings once walked the earth, then everything changes. History, theology, anthropology, even the present. Some connect the dots between Nephilim and the modern obsession with genetic engineering. In fact, Revelation 9 describes a day when beings locked in the abyss will rise again, creatures with features part human, part monster. Is this prophecy? As Jesus himself said. As it was in the days of Noah, so it will be in the days of the Son of Man. The days of Noah when Nephilim walked the earth. He wasn't just speaking of corruption or violence. He may have been speaking of return. And yet, in all this mystery, one thing remains clear. The Nephilim were not just curiosities. They were a symptom of a deeper disease. A rebellion, cosmic, spiritual, and genetic, against the design of God. Their story isn't just about giants. It's about boundaries. It's about the consequences of stepping into realms not meant to be crossed. But even higher amid giants and watchers and floods, the grace of God rises. He preserved a line. He preserved a promise. He preserved hope. Because even when monsters roam the earth, God never forgets his people. So, were the Nephilim real? Were they myth? Or were they the first warning sign of a deeper war, one that still rages behind the veil? You decide. But beware. Because as we uncover more biblical mysteries, next time on Bible Mysteries, Unsealed, the Tower of Babel, Blueprint for AI Control.
Welcome to the Botanical Gardens of Georgetown, a hidden gem in the bustling city. These gardens are a lush oasis in the heart of the city, providing a perfect escape from the urban hustle and bustle. Offering a peaceful retreat, the gardens boast a variety of tropical plants and wildlife, making it a haven for nature enthusiasts. Take a leisurely stroll through the gardens and enjoy the serene atmosphere, where every path leads to a new discovery. Don't forget to visit the zoo, where you can see some of Guyana's native animals up close, adding an educational twist to your visit. Whether you're a nature lover, a photography enthusiast, or just looking for a relaxing escape, the Botanical Gardens are a must-visit destination in Georgetown. If you love adventure but hate high prices, then Georgetown, Guyana is your next travel destination. This hidden gem in South America offers an array of experiences that won't break the bank. Picture this: charming streets lined with colonial architecture, vibrant markets brimming with local flavors, and serene rivers waiting to take you on a journey. Welcome to Georgetown, Guyana. The city is a blend of history and culture, with its colonial buildings standing as a testament to its rich past. Walking through these streets feels like stepping back in time. The markets here are a feast for the senses. Vibrant stalls are brimming with local flavors, from exotic fruits to handmade crafts. It's a perfect place to immerse yourself in the local culture. And when you need a break from the hustle and bustle, the serene rivers offer a peaceful escape. Imagine cruising along the Demerara River with breathtaking views all around. First stop, St. George's Cathedral. This isn't just any cathedral, it's one of the tallest wooden structures in the world. Imagine the stories those wooden beams could tell. The architecture is simply stunning, and it's a must-visit for any traveler. The interior is just as impressive, with intricate wooden details that showcase the craftsmanship of a bygone era. Next, let's dive into the hustle and bustle of Stabroek Market. Here you'll find everything from fresh produce to handmade crafts, all while soaking up the local culture. The market is a vibrant hub of activity, where you can interact with locals and experience the true essence of Georgetown. And the best part? Your wallet will thank you too. The prices here are incredibly budget-friendly, making it easy to enjoy without overspending. Need a break from the city? Hop on a boat and cruise along the Demerara River. The views are simply breathtaking, offering a serene escape from the urban rush. The river cruises are a highlight of any trip to Georgetown, providing a unique perspective of the city and its natural beauty. And let's talk about accommodations. Georgetown offers a range of budget-friendly options, from cozy guest houses to affordable hotels, so you can rest easy and still have plenty left for adventures. The accommodations are comfortable and welcoming, ensuring a pleasant stay. Ready to make some unforgettable memories without spending a fortune? Georgetown, Guyana is calling your name. Pack your bags and get ready to explore. Adventure, culture, and affordability. It's all here waiting for you. So why wait? Discover the budget-friendly adventures of Georgetown, Guyana today. Whether you're a solo traveler or with friends, Georgetown offers something for everyone. From its rich history to its vibrant markets and serene rivers, this city is a treasure trove of experiences. So, what are you waiting for? Georgetown, Guyana is ready to welcome you with open arms and unforgettable adventures. Discover the charm, the culture, and the affordability of Georgetown, Guyana today.
Welcome back to Divine Wonders, the Miracles of Jesus. Today we explore the miraculous healing of a man born blind, a powerful testament to Jesus' ability to bring both physical and spiritual sight. This miracle not only showcases Jesus' compassion, but also reveals deep spiritual truths about enlightenment and belief. Jesus encounters a man blind from birth. He spits on the ground, makes mud with the saliva, and puts it on the man's eyes. He tells him to wash in the pool of Siloam. The man obeys and returns able to see. This miracle sparks controversy among the Pharisees about Jesus' identity and the nature of sin and blindness, as detailed in John chapter 9, verses 1 to 12. To fully understand the significance of this miracle, let's explore the historical and cultural context. In ancient Jewish society, blindness was often seen as a result of sin, either of the individual or their parents. This belief added a layer of social and religious stigma to the physical disability. The use of mud and saliva in healing was not uncommon in ancient healing practices. Jesus' actions and the instruction to wash in the pool of Siloam highlight the importance of faith and obedience in the healing process. This context helps us appreciate the cultural and religious implications of the miracle. Theologically, this miracle emphasizes Jesus' role as the light of the world, who brings spiritual enlightenment. By healing the man born blind, Jesus demonstrates his power to transform lives physically and spiritually. The controversy with the Pharisees underscores the tension between religious legalism and the transformative power of Jesus' ministry. The man's journey from physical blindness to sight also symbolizes the spiritual journey from ignorance to understanding. Jesus' declaration that the man's blindness was so that the works of God might be displayed in him reveals a deeper purpose behind suffering and healing. Spiritually, this miracle teaches us about the importance of spiritual sight and enlightenment. The man's healing symbolizes the removal of spiritual blindness and the opening of our hearts to Jesus' truth. It calls us to seek spiritual understanding and to recognize Jesus as the source of light and truth in our lives. First, seeking spiritual sight. This miracle encourages us to seek spiritual understanding and enlightenment, opening our hearts and minds to Jesus' truth. Second, faith and obedience. The man's healing process highlights the importance of faith and obedience in experiencing Jesus' transformative power. Third, challenging religious legalism. The controversy with the Pharisees reminds us to prioritize compassion and spiritual growth over rigid adherence to religious rules. Reflect on areas in your life where you need spiritual sight and understanding. How can you open your heart to Jesus' truth and seek his enlightenment? How can you balance faith and obedience in your spiritual journey? Thank you for exploring the healing of the man born blind with us. In our next episode, we will witness Jesus' power over death as he raises Lazarus from the dead. Make sure to subscribe and share this journey with others. Until next time, may you seek spiritual sight and embrace the light and truth of Jesus in your life.
Lord Showdown, Archer returns, Boomerang reloads, and India eyes control. Cricket's Coliseum is ready. The stage is sacred, the stakes enormous. Lords, the hallowed home of cricket, is about to witness a potentially defining chapter in this pulsating test series as India and England prepare for a titanic third test. Off the edge burst and demolition, a 337-run obliteration delivered with conviction and class. Shubman Gill's India have seized the momentum, and now with the return of their pace deity Jasprit Bumrah, the juggernaut only looks more formidable. India roars into Lords with fire in the belly. Forget Basburn. At Edgbaston, Gilball ruled. The young captain, already hailed as the heir to India's batting throne, plundered 430 runs across 2 innings, setting new standards for class and control. Gill didn't just lead. He redefined leadership. His presence, poise, and hunger transformed the team one steam transitional into a ferocious, confident force that's outbatted, outbowled, and outthought the hosts. Behind him, a resurgent Boeing attack, sans Boomerang, tore through England. A Cash Deep, in particular, emerged like a storm from the shadows, his 10-wicket haul flattening England and igniting belief across the Indian lineup. With Siraj relentless and Sundar and Jadeja chipping in as necessary, India didn't just win, they dominated. Key battles, Boomerang versus Archer, the jewel of the comebacks. The theater of this test deepens with the return of 2 elite quicks, Jafar Archer, after over 1,500 days in the test wilderness, and Bumrah, rested and recalibrated. It's scalpel versus sledgehammer, rhythm versus rage. Archer, back from injury, will look to relight the fire he sparked at Lord's in 2019. But Bumrah, already menacing at Headingley, returns with Lord's honours board firmly in his sights. While Archer might be England's emotional lift, Bumrah is India's strike force incarnate, cerebral, cold-blooded, and devastating when it matters most. Strategy and team outlook. India's best 11. India, probable. Yashasvi Jaswal, KL Rahul, Karen Nay, Shubman Gill, captain. Rishabh Pant, wicketkeeper. Nitish Reddy, Ravindra Jadeja, Washington Sundar, Jasprit Bumrah, Akash Deep, Mohammad Siraj. Gill is likely to stick with the winning core, with Bumrah replacing Prasid Krishna. Kuldeep Yadav may yet have to wait, as Sundar's batting adds lower order insurance. India's pace trio of Bumrah, Akash Deep, and Siraj could become the most lethal combination in world cricket. England, meanwhile, welcome Archer and persist with the fragile brilliance of baseball, a style now facing its toughest examination. Key stats and subplots. Shubman Gill is 18 runs away from passing Rahul Dravid's record for most test runs in an England Series 602 in 2002. Joe Root needs 45 runs to reach 3,000 test runs against India, the most by any batter. Chris Wilkes averages 12.90 with the ball and 42.50 with the bat at Lord's, but can he withstand India's new ball venom? India has won only 3 of 19 tests at Lord's, but 2 of those have come in their last 3 visits. History is shifting. Final word. If Edgbaston was a statement, Lord's could be a seismic shift. A win here, and India will lead the series and bury goals from the 2021 near miss. With their pace pack reloaded, batting inspired, and Gill's golden run glowing brighter, India stands on the brink of history, not just winning but conquering England at home. For England, the pressure is deeper than ever. Can Root and Stokes rise? Can Archer's return deliver storybook comeback? The only certainty, Lord's is ready for battle, and India is ready to roar again.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Inshallah, India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd.
Episode 4. The Rose Orchard Narrated Script. Duration: approximately 5 minutes. The soft gold of early morning wrapped itself around the village of Woodvale. Mist kissed the fields, and birds stirred in the trees as if waking from a long-held secret. Claire had risen earlier than usual. The air felt different, as though something long buried was ready to be found. She wandered through the edges of her grandmother's old garden, following overgrown stone steps worn smooth by time. The scent of earth was rich and forgiving. Ivy clung to the gate-like memory. And then, there it was, the old rose orchard. It had once been her grandmother's pride, a place of whispered prayers and summer laughter. Now, the rose bushes stood like sentinels in sleep, tangled, thorned, forgotten. But even among the thorns, Claire saw it, the stubborn bloom of one late rose, golden and proud against the rustling wind. She reached out and touched its petals gently. "You're still here," she whispered, waiting. Later that morning, she returned with gloves, pruning shears, and a determined heart. She didn't expect Julian to show up, but he did, silent and steady, carrying a basket of tools. He didn't ask. He just started working beside her. They cleared weeds, trimmed branches, and unearthed stone borders once hidden by time. Conversation came slowly, not from necessity, but from comfort. Julian spoke first. "Your grandmother used to bring a book and read to the flowers. She believed roses listened better than people." Claire smiled. Maybe she was right. He looked up from where he knelt, a smudge of soil on his cheek. "Some things just need time, Claire. Even wild gardens come back to life if you're patient enough." Days passed. The orchard began to breathe again. What was once gray became green. What was once forgotten became beautiful. But it wasn't just the garden changing. Claire's laugh returned, light and unexpected. And Julian, though still quiet, watched her with eyes that held sunrise in them. One afternoon, as they worked, Claire discovered something hidden in the hedge. An old wooden bench, worn but intact. Faded letters were carved into the wood. E and M, 1957. She ran her fingers across the initials. "My grandparents," she murmured. "They fell in love here." Julian sat beside her, brushing away fallen petals. "Love has deep roots," he said softly. "It waits, even when we forget." Their hands touched on the bench. Neither pulled away. That evening, Julian returned with string lights and a basket. No words were exchanged. They hung the lights together in silence as dusk settled like a lullaby. As the orchard glowed beneath 1,000 tiny stars, music played softly from Julian's old radio. And for the first time, he offered her his hand. Not to work, but to dance. She hesitated. Then she placed her hand in his. They danced slowly, without rhythm, in a garden reborn. Claire leaned in, their faces inches apart. Her breath caught. Julian whispered her name. But just before their lips touched, Claire pulled away. Her heart ached with the weight of it, of fear, of timing, the unknown. "I should go," she said quietly. Julian nodded once, his gaze steady but unreadable. That night, Claire stood at her window, looking down at the orchard lights still glowing. Her hand clutched the ribbon from one of the roses Julian had placed in her room. Though no words passed between them, something had changed. Something rooted itself deeply, quietly, beneath the harvest moon. Not love fulfilled, love becoming. The Prodigal Daughter, a redemptive tale of lost love and the road home, inspired by Luke. 11:11-32, she was born into grace and wildflowers. Ariel, Lo, her name, meant Lioness of God. And indeed, she ran through the vineyards of her father's land with the strength and laughter of someone deeply loved and never doubted. Her childhood was a chorus of lullabies, braided hair, and hands held during every storm. Her father, quiet man of presence, wisdom, and deep eyes, loved her fiercely. Her older sister Miriam stayed close to home, dutiful and steady, but Ariella, ... She dreamed of far-off places. By the time she turned 17, the vineyards felt small, the songs too quiet, the rules too many. She wanted color, fire, music at midnight. She wanted freedom more, so she thought. One morning, with trembling resolve, she walked into the courtyard and looked her father in the eyes. "Give me my inheritance now," she said. The words landed like a blade. Her sister gasped. The servants froze. Even the birds in the fig trees seemed to stop singing. But her father didn't raise his voice. He only nodded. And something in his posture bent that had never bent before. She left at dawn the next day with coins heavy in her bag and rebellion humming in her heart. She didn't look back. The city welcomed her with open arms. It glowed in the night, smelled of spice and ambition. She wore silk, lined her eyes with kohl, danced under lanterns, and dined on rooftops with poets and thieves. For a time she was someone. She was admired, desired, praised. She tasted love or what passed for. It tanned gave pieces of herself to men who whispered promises in the dark. But gold runs out. And when it did, so did the faces she once called friends. The city changed. So did her reflection. Her silk turned to rags, her laughter to silence. Love became memory, and memory became shame. She found herself in a brothel's kitchen, scrubbing floors, eating crusts, hiding bruises not, all on the skin. One night, alone on a cold rooftop, she broke. The stars above her mocked her dreams. She wept not with drama, but with exhaustion. And into that dark silence came a whisper not from the streets below, but from deep within. Even my father's servants have bread. Even his hired hands have beds. She closed her eyes. I will return, she said, not as a daughter. I forfeited that. But perhaps as a servant. The road home was longer than she remembered. Her sandals wore through. Her pride drained with every step. She rehearsed her confession over and over. I am not worthy to be called your daughter. Let me be a servant. But what she didn't know was this. Her father had waited. Every morning he'd walked the garden wall, scanning the road beyond the vineyards. Every evening he'd lit a lamp and whispered her name. And then one dusty afternoon he saw a silhouette. Thin, tired, head bowed. But fathers recognized daughters. Even in rags he ran. No one had ever seen him run before. He stumbled over stones, cloak flying, tears already forming. When he reached her, she dropped to her knees, shaking. Father, she began, I have sinned against heaven and against you. I'm not worthy to be. But he didn't let her finish. He lifted her into his arms, dirt and all, and kissed her forehead like he had when she was a child, afraid of thunder. Bring the robe, he called, the crimson one, and the family ring.
God, prepare a feast. My daughter was dead, and now she lives.
That night the estate glowed with music. Laughter returned to the vineyards. But not everyone rejoiced. Miriam, the older sister, stood in the hallway, arms crossed. She wasted it all, she said, bitter. And you welcome her with robes? The father turned to her gently. Daughter, you are always with me. All that I have is yours. But your sister was lost, and now she is home. Come, join the celebration. Miriam's eyes filled with conflict. But she saw her sister in the garden barefoot again, laughing again, redeemed. And slowly, she stepped outside. You see, this isn't just Ariella's story, it's ours. We all carry bags packed with ambition, rebellion, wounds. We all chase dreams that crumble. But the Father's love is not erased by distance. His memory of you is not stained by your shame. You may have traded silks for scars. You may be on the rooftop of regret. But his eyes are still on the road. His arms are still open, and he still calls you daughter. Come home. Not to be a servant, but to be loved.
Cain. The rest of the story. A 10-minute dramatic devotional. Narrative from Cain's perspective. I was the firstborn of humanity. The first to open my eyes outside Eden's gate. The first to cry, not in paradise, but in dust. Adam was strong, Eve luminous with the memory of what they told us stories of walking with God in the cool of the day, of light that clothed them, of fruit that turned sweet to bitter. We lived just east of that garden, but the gate was always shut. My brother Abel chose the pasture gentler work, it seemed to me then, Flaming swords guarded what once was ours. I grew up watching my father till the cursed ground, turning dry earth into bread. I learned to do the same. He was different. Soft-spoken. He listened more than he spoke. He had a way of talking to God like he was near, even though he was not seen. I envied that. When we brought our offerings, I brought fruit from the ground ripe, plentiful. I had worked for it. But Abel, he brought lambs, the firstborn, with blood. My fists clenched and smoke. And for reasons I couldn't understand, God accepted his offering, but not mine. It didn't seem fair. I worked harder, longer, but he said nothing. If you do what is right, will you not be accepted? But if not, sin is crouching at your door. Its desire is for you, but you must master it. I left the altar cold and angry. Abel tried to talk with me, but even his concern sounded like pride. My jaw tightened, and then God spoke. Why are you angry, Cain? Why is your face downcast? But I didn't. I fed it instead. That morning, I called Abel into the field. He followed. He always followed. I don't remember drawing the stone. I don't remember how many blows. Only the silence that followed the way his blood soaked into the ground like spilled wine. His eyes stayed open. Still. Then, God came, not with wrath, not with fire, with a question. Where is your brother? I lied, dead. Am I my brother's keeper? A fugitive? The first man, exiled by his own sin. But the ground had already answered. Your brother's blood cries out to me from the earth. Those words have never left me. He did not strike me down. He could have. He should have. But instead, he marked me. A sign that I would live. A protection against revenge. I became a wanderer. Years passed. I built a city, called it Enoch, after my son, brick by brick. I tried to forget, but you cannot outbuild blood. Every echo of a hammer reminded me of what was lost. Not just Abel, but me. From Adam, from Seth. That one day another son would come, the man I was supposed to be. Sometimes I would wake in the night, hearing Abel's voice not in anger, but innocence, a whisper of the past. A ghost of what should have been. My children asked why I never spoke of my brother. I told them the ground remembers, but even there in dust and disgrace he began to feel something strange. Hope, not loud, not deserved, but persistent. I heard rumors. One whose blood would not cry for justice, but mercy. One who would not take life, but give it. A lamb not like Abel's, but greater, perfect. Will his blood reach even me? If you remember me only for the field, remember this too. The same God who judged me spared me. The same God who heard blood cry out also covered me with grace. So if you've fallen deeply, shamefully listen. The ground may speak of what you've done, but heaven can speak louder, and his mercy still marks wonders, even the ones who killed their own brother. Bible Mysteries Unsealed, Episode 1, The Disappearance of Enoch, Time Traveler, or Taken. In a world layered with timelines, secrets, and codes, there exists one mystery so profound it spans dimensions. It's not just about who vanished, but why. This is the story of Enoch, the man who walked with God and was no more. Genesis 5:24 records a hauntingly simple phrase, "And Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him." No funeral, even before the great flood swept across the earth, lived a man who seemed different. The world then was sliding into darkness, violence, and chaos. Just silence and mystery. Who was this man Enoch? And where did he go? Long before Noah ever built an ark, before Abraham walked out of Ur, he was the 7th generation from Adam. That number Savannah, sign of divine perfection, was no accident. And if that weren't enough, he lived for 365 years, not visited him on holidays, where he saw the architecture of the cosmos, the stars, the winds, the heavenly storm. He was shown secrets of time, judgment, and the destiny of humanity. He became not just a prophet, but a celestial scribe, known by some Jewish mystics as Metatron, an exalted being, second only to God in the heavenly court. It speaks of angelic watchers, forbidden knowledge, cosmic judgment, and visions of the future so vivid they resemble modern sci-fi films more than ancient scripture. Not consulted him in emergencies. Enoch was not just a man who had access to God. He was a man whose heart belonged entirely to God. In a world unraveling, he chose to walk a narrow path and found a divine exit no one else had. A cosmic taking. Was Enoch's life cycle aligned with cosmic patterns far beyond his time? The world simply cannot hold them, resisting death and eventually being killed, only to rise again. Many scholars believe these witnesses could be Elijah and Enoch. Why? Because they never died. And scripture says, "It is appointed for man once to die." Could Enoch be waiting in the wings? Not just spiritually, but literally. He walked daily with the divine. God said, "You're closer to my house than yours. Let's finish the walk up here." He pleased. He didn't just perform. In a world consumed by noise, greed, Enoch will walk back into our world. one last time, and rebellion he tuned his steps to heaven's beat. Could it be that Enoch didn't die? Because he transcended time, that he passed through a dimensional gate to another reality. Someone so in tune with divine purpose, so unshaken by the world's noise, that they become invisible to systems of control. A man who walks into data surveillance and vanishes from the grid. A whistleblower from heaven. A spiritual ghost. That what the ancient writers described as God took him might in today's terms resemble a portal, a wormhole, a divine rift. In intimacy, in alignment. In the book of Enoch, the Watcher's angels who descend to Earth's rebel share forbidden wisdom and corrupt humanity. It sounds eerily like a celestial containment breach. Enoch was allegedly sent back and forth to deliver messages, serve judgment, and record heavenly transactions. Sounds less like a prophet and more like a divine intelligence operative in obedience. He was the man whose steps matched the rhythm of heaven, not 364, not 366, but exactly the number of days in our solar year. Coincidence? Perhaps. Saying, by faith Enoch was taken away so that he did not see death, and was not bound, because God had taken him, or a deliberate time stamp left behind in the pages of eternity. But what truly sets Enoch apart wasn't he, his lineage or his lifespan. It was the way he lived. He walked with God, and then he was gone. The Hebrew phrase God took him uses the word lakachi term often associated with seizing something valuable, claiming a bride, or even initiating a transfer. The book of Hebrews 11-5 gives us another glimpse. Not found. They searched. He disappeared without a trace. Was it a spiritual promotion or something even more mysterious? Outside the standard biblical canon, there exists an ancient, highly controversial document known as the Book of Enoch. According to this text, Enoch was taken into the heavens. But here's the question that stirs the soul. Did Enoch's ascension happen in spirit or in body? Was he transformed into something divine, or simply moved beyond the veil? Enter the modern theory. Some researchers stretching between theology and speculative physics suggest the Enoch's translation might describe something extraordinary. And why 365 years? Is it a coded reference to Earth's orbital path? Ancient astronaut theorists, those guys believe Enoch's story echoes descriptions of alien abduction, bright lights, otherworldly knowledge, secret missions. Some theologians, however, see a very different mission one, not of mystery, but of intimacy. And yet, the mystery deepens when you consider his possible return. The book of Revelation describes two witnesses who will prophesy at the end of time calling down fire. If so, his disappearance wasn't a conclusion. Imagine, just for a moment, what a modern-day Enoch would look like. What if there are modern and examine women so aligned with God? Maybe the question isn't where Enoch went. Maybe the deeper question is, can we walk like he did? Hebrews tells us, without faith, it is impossible to please God. Enoch didn't just believe, and that may be the greatest mystery of all. Perhaps God didn't take Enoch to hide him. Perhaps he took him because they had walked so far together. And maybe, just maybe, you've just unlocked the mystery of Enoch. Next time on Bible Mysteries, Unsealed, the Nephilim Conspiracy, Giants Among Us. Stay curious, stay faithful, and walk with wonder.
As you fly away from Earth, make sure to stay tuned for more videos like this. We will travel together through the universe. Let's begin here. A blue pearl suspended in the infinite ink of the cosmos. Earth, home, fragile, luminous. A whisper in the galactic sea. Rising past the clouds, we pass the International Space Station, then glide toward the moon, our ancient partner in a gravitational dance 4.5 billion years in the making. Soon, the moon will rise to meet us, its cratered face a map of a violent past. We skim Mars and its dusty canyons, then rocket past Jupiter's raging great red spot, a storm larger than Earth, swirling for centuries. Beyond Neptune, the solar system's outermost planet, lies the Kuiper Belt, icy relics of our solar system's birth. Pluto drifts here, no longer a planet, but still a world with secrets. At the edge of the solar system, we pass through the Oort cloud, the solar system's frozen shell. Past it lies interstellar darkness. Here the rules of physics bend, starlight fades, and the tapestry of our galaxy unwinds. Emerging into the boundless expanse between the stars, we find ourselves at the edge of the known universe. Here, the darkness is profound, broken only by the faint glow of distant galaxies. And then we see it, a beacon in the darkness, Alpha Centauri. As we approach, its 3 stars come into view, a trio dancing in the celestial ballet. But our destination is farther still. So we surge forward, propelled by the insatiable human spirit of exploration. The stars streak past, a mesmerizing display of cosmic beauty. And then suddenly the darkness parts. The Eagle Nebula unfolds before us, a majestic panorama of gas, dust, and newborn stars. Within its colossal embrace, countless worlds ignite, each a potential cradle of life. We linger here, awestruck by the grandeur of creation. Then we venture deeper into the Milky Way, sailing through fields of stars until the galactic core emerges, a blazing inferno of ancient stars. Here, at the heart of our galaxy, the dance of creation and destruction is eternal. But our journey takes us farther still, into the very core of a black hole. Reality begins to warp and distort. Time slows and then stops. All sense of self dissolves. And yet on the other side, possibility. From stardust we came, and to the stars we return. The universe is not out there. It's in here, in us. Every atom of your body was forged in the heart of a dying star. Now let's push on. Let's explore the universe together. Earth shrinks beneath us, becoming just one of countless stars in the night sky. We are now on an epic journey through our planetary system and beyond. With every passing moment, we leave our cosmic neighborhood, venturing deeper and deeper into the uncharted territories of space. Our first stop is the moon, our constant companion since the dawn of time. Its barren landscape stretches endlessly below us, a silent testament to the moon's enduring presence. We soar past Mars, its rusty surface hinting at a fiery past. And then we feel the gravitational pull of Jupiter, the largest planet in the solar system. Its colossal storms and swirling bands of color stretch as far as the eye can see. As we continue our journey, the landscape changes dramatically. Saturn comes into view, its magnificent rings shimmering like a crown of jewels. Neptune, with its haunting blue hue, beckons us closer, revealing a world of swirling clouds and hidden depths. But our adventure doesn't end here. We burst through the confines of our solar system and emerge into the vast expanse of interstellar space. Here, the tapestry of the cosmos unfolds in all its glory. We find ourselves amidst a sea of stars, each twinkling jewel a potential world of wonder and mystery. Suddenly, a brilliant nebula fills our view, a stellar nursery where new stars are born and planets coalesce from dust and gas. As we navigate this celestial maze, we encounter strange and beautiful worlds that challenge our understanding of the universe. We witness the birth of a star, a radiant spectacle of light and energy that illuminates the darkness of space. Our journey takes us to the very edge of the observable universe, where time and space intertwine in a grand finale of cosmic beauty. Here, galaxies collide and supernovas explode, leaving behind a legacy of light that stretches back billions of years. Throughout our adventure, we encounter celestial wonders that defy the boundaries of imagination. We sail through fields of comets and asteroids, navigate treacherous maelstroms of cosmic dust and gas, and witness the raw power of the universe on full display. With every passing moment, we deepen our connection with the cosmos, realizing our place within the grand tapestry of existence. The universe reveals its secrets to us, sharing its wisdom and inviting us to explore its infinite wonders. We are reminded of the interconnectedness of all things and the delicate balance that sustains life and existence itself. The journey to the edge of the universe is not just a physical adventure, it's a profound exploration of the human spirit. It's a testament to our insatiable curiosity and our relentless pursuit of knowledge and understanding. As we return home, our perspective forever altered, we carry with us the awe and wonder of the cosmos. The universe has revealed its secrets to us, and we are forever changed by the experience. Our adventure to the edge of the universe has been nothing short of transformative. Along the way, we've witnessed the birth and death of stars, explored the mysteries of black holes, and marveled at the sheer beauty of the cosmos. But perhaps the most profound realization we've gained is our own insignificance in the grand scheme of things. As we stand on the precipice of the unknown, contemplating the vastness of the universe, we are humbled by the immensity of space and time. Yet despite our smallness, we have the capacity for greatness. The human spirit has an unquenchable thirst for knowledge and discovery. It's this spirit that has driven us to explore the furthest reaches of our solar system and beyond. And as we look to the future, we are inspired by the possibilities that lie ahead. With each new discovery, we uncover more about the universe and our place within it. Who knows what wonders we might find in the years to come? Perhaps we'll discover new forms of life or uncover the secrets of the universe itself. The journey to the edge of the universe has been a humbling experience, but it's also been an exhilarating adventure. We've seen firsthand the breathtaking beauty of our cosmos and the endless mysteries it holds. As we return home, we carry with us the awe and wonder of our journey. The edge of the universe may be far out of reach, but the spirit of exploration will forever be within us.
O day of rest and gladness, the blessings of the Sabbath. O day of rest and gladness, O day of joy and light, O balm of care and sadness. Most beautiful, most bright. From age to age, the Sabbath has stood as a sacred monument to the mercy and majesty of God. Not a burden, but a blessing. It's not a relic, but a rhythm woven into the very fabric of creation. When the Lord God completed his masterwork of creation, he did not end with thunder or spectacle. He ended with stillness. The seventh day, a day unlike the others. Not marked by creation, but by consecration, a holy pause. And he blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because in it he rested from all his work. 92. The song designated for the Sabbath begins with these words: It is good to give thanks to the Lord, and to sing praises to your name, O Most High, to declare your loving kindness in the morning and your faithfulness every night. The psalmist does not speak of labor, of conquest, or of striving. Instead, he speaks of gratitude, of praise, of rest rooted in worship. The Sabbath is heaven's gift to a weary world, divine exhale, a weekly reminder that our worth is not in our work, but in the one who made us. In the noise of modern life, Sabbath comes as a holy hush, inviting us to listen, to breathe, to remember. It is the day when time slows down and the soul catches up. It is the day when fields rest, hands unclench, and hearts open. It is the day when families gather, scriptures are opened, songs are sung, and silence becomes sacred. The blessings of the Sabbath are manifold. For the body, it is rest. For the mind, it is peace. For the spirit, it is refreshment. On this day, heaven and earth touch gently. God walks closely. The things that truly matter, love, grace, mercy, presence, are rediscovered. O day of rest and gladness sings of this sacred rhythm, a day of sacred pleasure, its golden hours we spend. In thankful hymns to measure, to thee, O Lord, ascend. It is a celebration, not an obligation, a foretaste of eternity. And so, the Sabbath becomes more than a day, it becomes a dwelling place, a temple in time, a sanctuary for the soul. It is not about restriction, but restoration. It's not about rules, but relationship. When we cease from labor, we find the Lord of the Sabbath drawing near, and in his presence, burdens lift. Fears fade, joy bubbles up. Hope takes root. Psalm 92 continues. The righteous shall flourish like a palm tree. They shall still bear fruit in old age. They shall be fresh and flourishing, to declare that the Lord is upright. This is the promise of the Sabbath, that those who honor it will not wither, but thrive. That they will bear fruit even in seasons of drought. That their lives will become living testimonies of the faithfulness of God. Each Sabbath is a gentle whisper. Be still and know that I am God. Each Sabbath is a melody of mercy, echoing from creation to Calvary and forward to the great day of eternal rest. Each Sabbath is a love letter from the Creator, signed with peace and sealed with joy. So as the sun dips low and the world grows quiet, the Sabbath rises like a golden crown upon the weak. Let it be welcomed, not with weariness, but with wonder. Let it be kept not with dread, but with delight. O day of rest and gladness, may your sacred hours restore what the world has worn down. May they rekindle what life has dimmed. And may they remind every heart that true rest is found, not in the absence of work, but in the presence of God.
The Tragedy of Galliano, the mad emperor who burned his empire, a work of creative fiction. Introduction. The rise of Galliano. In the annals of history, few names evoke as much horror and fascination as Galliano, the mad flame of Rome. A composite of ambition, excess, and tyranny, Galliano's reign embodied the empire's darkest extremes. Born to privilege and power, he ascended the throne with promises of glory but left behind a legacy of ruin and despair. The early days, promises of prosperity. When Galliano was crowned, Rome held its breath. A descendant of great generals and emperors, he dazzled the Senate with his rhetoric and charmed the populace with lavish games. Statues of him were erected across the empire, proclaiming the dawn of a golden age. But behind his charming facade lay a volatile mind. Whispers of his erratic behavior grew louder. He declared himself a living god, donned the robes of Jupiter, and forced senators to worship him in humiliating ceremonies. The seeds of madness were sown, though few dared to speak out. The madness unleashed. In the third year of his reign, Galliano's descent into insanity became undeniable. Stories of his excesses spread like wildfire. He turned the imperial palace into a pleasure dome, hosting nightly feasts where exotic animals roamed and fountains flowed with wine. He staged mock gladiator games where senators were forced to fight for their lives. Most infamously, he appointed his horse, Infinitus, as consul, claiming that the animal's wisdom surpassed that of the Senate. The empire groaned under the weight of his extravagance. Taxes soared to fund his whims, and the treasury was drained by grandiose projects, including a golden statue of himself so massive it could be seen from miles away. The Great Fire of Rome, the pinnacle of Caligino's madness, came when a mysterious fire engulfed the city. For days, Rome burned as the emperor reportedly watched from his palace, singing hymns to Apollo and composing verses about the destruction. Some claimed he ordered the fire to clear land for his palace of eternal flames, a sprawling complex meant to symbolize his divine glory. Others argued it was a tragic accident exacerbated by his inaction. Regardless, the people's fury boiled over. The tyrant's fall. As Rome smoldered, rebellion ignited. Soldiers, once loyal to Caligino, turned against him, disgusted by his indifference to the suffering of the people. The Praetorian Guard stormed the palace, where they found the emperor draped in gold, insisting he was immortal. His final words before the blade fell were chilling. "Rome will burn forever, but I shall rise from the ashes." The legacy of Caligino, though his reign lasted only 5 years, Caligino's shadow lingered for centuries. His excesses became cautionary tales for future emperors.
independence, separate yourself. Dre rap over minutes forward, lead white and bruised. Time to liberate your mind, not just light fireworks. Truth bomb. It ain't no independence, fool. Red, white, and bruised. Time to liberate your mind, not just light fireworks. Boom. Truth bomb. Boom. Boom, boom. It ain't no independence, fool. Red, white, and bruised. Time to liberate your mind, not just light fireworks. Boom. Truth bomb. It ain't no independence, fool. Red, white, and bruised. Time to liberate your mind, not just light fireworks. Boom. Truth bomb. They sell us dreams in plastic wraps with a flag stitched over the traps. Told us we free, what a joke, what a scam. Still choking on history, they never exam. Statue of Liberty, blinking in chains. Freedom got a curfew, justice got stains. Guns in the schools, lies in the news. Call it freedom, we just picking new blues. America go gangster, who holding the keys? They talk liberty, but they profit off please. No independence, just illusions on lease. Time to break chains, time to find peace. Liberate yourself, don't wait for a day. July 4th ain't magic when your rights ain't straight. Give me truth, not parades, not rockets in the sky. Give me healing for the mothers who still cry. Land of the free, you sure that's the vibe? Cause freedom don't look like minimum wage and barely survive. We the people, been deceived, but we the people, still believe. Raise fists, raise truth, raise hope like fire. Burn the lie, light the choir. America gone gangsta, time to reclaim. From the lies, from the shame, from the profit and pain. No more pretending, this is our call. Liberate yourself, tear down the wall. No independence, fool. Just fireworks in your mind. Set your soul free, or keep waiting for freedom to find you. Use this prompt exactly to produce a bold hybrid track that feels like a sonic revolution. No independence, fool. Just fireworks in your mind. Set your soul free, or keep waiting for freedom to find you.
Episode 2, Letters from Lisbon, from the series, Whispers of the Heart setting, Lisbon, Portugal theme, historical love, lost connection across time. Embark on a wonderful journey of love, experience a soothing, beautiful story, capturing bittersweet love. Punchline, the ink faded, but the longing never did. In the heart of Lisbon, where trams rattle over cobbled hills and fado music leaks through alleyway shutters, the past is never far behind. It lingers in peeling azulejos, in perfume shops unchanged for decades, in balconies where vines still stretch like lovers' hands toward sunlight they may never touch. Some cities move forward. Lisbon remembers. It was in such a place within a faded blue and white apartment overlooking the Tagus River that Sophia Almeida found them letters, not hers, not recent, carefully bound with string brittle from age, hidden beneath a loose floorboard behind a cracked bookshelf. She hadn't come to Lisbon looking for stories. She was there to paint, to forget, to escape the tightness of London and the tightness in her chest. Her heart had recently been broken in the modern way by ghosted texts, by silence that followed affection. But what she found beneath that floorboard was a different kind of heartbreak, one far older, one far deeper. The letters were written in ink faded by time, their script elegant and slow, like someone composing with their whole heart rather than just their hand. They were dated 1943 to 1946 wartime Lisbon, neutral but trembling. The sender signed only an initial, M. The recipient was Alma. They were letters of a forbidden love. M was a sailor in the Portuguese Navy, stationed on a supply ship and bound by silence. Alma was the daughter of a Spanish exile, a pianist who played nightly in a shadowy riverside tavern. The letters spoke of stolen evenings spent dancing beneath blackout curtains, of whispered promises exchanged between air raid sirens and midnight curfews. They chronicled a romance carried in smuggled glances and moments small enough to fit into memory but too large to forget. The war ended, but the letters did not. What shifted, somewhere in the stack, was tone. His words grew urgent, then uncertain, then quiet. His last letter was unlike the rest. It was shorter. A farewell written without explanation. A single sentence that pierced through 70 years. I cannot be where you are, but I have never left you. There were no replies. Only one voice speaking across time. Sophia became obsessed. She researched maritime records, searched archives in libraries dimly lit and densely silent. She traced the name Alma Diaz to a listing in a 1940s music journal. She found, tucked in a digital archive, an obituary. Alma had died in 1979, unmarried, buried in a quiet Lisbon cemetery by the sea. The gravestone read only, "She played as she loved with her whole soul." Sophia visited the grave. She stood beside it for a long time, holding the final letter. It was autumn, and orange leaves drifted down as if reluctant to let go of the trees. There was no sign of no burial records, no returned letters, just a story that stopped. But that story had changed Sophia. Something in Alma's longing had become her own. Something in M's silence reflected every unanswered message Sophia had ever reread. Theirs had been a love not built for time, but for remembrance. Sophia began painting again, not modern abstracts or lifeless commissions, but portraits, soulful, romantic, layered. The first canvas she completed was titled Alma. The second, The Sailor's Promise. She held an exhibition in a Lisbon gallery the following year. Among the visitors was a man in his 90s who lingered longest at those two pieces. He never gave his name. When asked later about the inspiration for her art, Sophia never shared the story of the letters. She simply said, some love stories were never meant to be finished, only felt. And in a city that remembers, someone did. Because sometimes the heart writes what life never dares to send, and though the ink may fade, the longing never does.
Day 2 preview. India's roadmap to resurrection at Old Trafford. Day 2 dawns over Old Trafford with tension hanging in the Manchester air and not just from the clouds. India, teetering at 264 for 4, find themselves at a crossroads. A day of grit, patience, and precision awaits as the visitors look to reclaim control in this must-win test. The series stands 2-1 in England's favour, and the part of the Anderson-Tendulkar Trophy could very well be called by what unfolds in the next 6 hours of play. India's strategy must be crystal clear: survive first, then strike. In the first hour, India must weather the storm. With the second new ball due in just 9 deliveries, England's fast bowlers, rejuvenated under grey skies, will come hard. Shardul Thakur and Ravindra Jadeja must resist the urge to chase runs and instead focus on survival. Their defense must be compact, their minds sharp. Every over they survive frustrates England further and tilts the pendulum. Jadeja holds the key. A man of steel nerves and silent heroics, he is in form, in control, and in command. His stoic half-century at Lord's nearly stole the game. Now he must anchor again, guide India past 325, 350, and maybe 375. He's done it before. He can do it again. Washington Sundar must play his natural game. If Jadeja anchors, Washington must accelerate. His flair, footwork, and fearless stroke play can unsettle Dawson and root England's spin pair. A cameo of 40 from him might be worth double that in pressure. The tail must wag, not whimper. India's lower order, Siraj, Cambridge, and Bumrah, must become brick walls. A partnership of 30, even 25 runs could be the deciding factor in a game this tight. Siraj's stubborn defense and Bumrah's surprising straight back could be vital cogs in the resistance. The target for day 2. A first innings total between 375 and 400. Not flashy, but powerful. From there, India controls the pace, the pressure, and the proceedings. If they can stretch this innings well into the second session, England will begin their innings tired, perhaps under fading light, and against a rested Bumrah and a venomous Jadeja on a slowly turning pitch. The weather might stay cloudy, but India's approach must be crystal clear. One eye on the scoreboard, the other on the clock. Let every run be earned. Let every ball drain England. Let them feel the weight of the chase before they even pad up. This is not the time for glory shots or hero plays. This is a time for old-school Test cricket values, partnerships, patience, and pressure. So, as day 2 begins, India does not need fireworks. They need fire. They don't need speed. They need steel. Because match is on one in the session, they're built brick by brick and tomorrow is laying day.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play, another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Have you ever pondered over the profound question, what does it truly mean to offer oneself as a living sacrifice? If so, you're not alone. This question has been the subject of many philosophical and religious discussions over the centuries, and today we delve into the heart of this matter, guided by the wisdom found in Romans 12:1. In the Bible, Romans 12:1 reads, "I beseech you therefore, brethren, by the mercies of God, that you present your bodies a living sacrifice, holy, acceptable unto God, which is your reasonable service." This verse, penned by the Apostle Paul, is packed with profound wisdom and insight, and it's worth taking a moment to break it down. "I beseech you therefore, brethren, by the mercies of God" is a humble plea by Paul to the believers. He's urging them not through force, but by the compassion of God to heed his counsel. It's a plea born out of love and concern for their spiritual well-being. Present your bodies a living sacrifice. This is where things get interesting. Paul is asking believers to offer themselves, their whole being, not just the physical body, but also their mind, their heart, their will, as a living sacrifice. But what does that mean? It's about dedicating one's life to God, living in a way that is pleasing to Him, and aligning one's actions, thoughts, and desires with His will. Holy, acceptable unto God. This part of the verse emphasizes the kind of sacrifice that God finds pleasing. It's not about grand gestures or ostentatious displays of piety. It's about leading a life that is holy, a life that reflects God's love, kindness, and righteousness, which is your reasonable service. Here, Paul reminds believers that this act of self-sacrifice is not an extraordinary request. It's a reasonable service, a logical response to God's boundless love and mercy. In essence, Romans 12:1 is a call to live a life of devotion to God, a life that reflects His love, mercy, and righteousness. It's about offering oneself wholly to God, not out of obligation, but out of gratitude for His mercies. To summarize, Romans 12:1 is an invitation to a life of self-sacrifice, holiness, and service to God. It's a call to live a life that aligns with God's will, a life that is pleasing to Him. It's about recognizing God's love and mercy and responding in the only appropriate way, by offering oneself as a living sacrifice, holy and acceptable unto God. This is our reasonable service, our logical response to the boundless love and mercy of God. So, as we navigate through life, may we strive to embody the wisdom found in Romans 12:1, living each day as a testament to God's love and mercy.
Episode 4. The Rose Orchard Narrated Script. Duration: approximately 5 minutes. The soft gold of early morning wrapped itself around the village of Woodvale. Mist kissed the fields, and birds stirred in the trees as if waking from a long-held secret. Claire had risen earlier than usual. The air felt different, as though something long buried was ready to be found. She wandered through the edges of her grandmother's old garden, following overgrown stone steps worn smooth by time. The scent of earth was rich and forgiving. Ivy clung to the gate-like memory. And then, there it was, the old rose orchard. It had once been her grandmother's pride, a place of whispered prayers and summer laughter. Now, the rose bushes stood like sentinels in sleep, tangled, thorned, forgotten. But even among the thorns, Claire saw it, the stubborn bloom of one late rose, golden and proud against the rustling wind. She reached out and touched its petals gently. "You're still here," she whispered, waiting. Later that morning, she returned with gloves, pruning shears, and a determined heart. She didn't expect Julian to show up, but he did, silent and steady, carrying a basket of tools. He didn't ask. He just started working beside her. They cleared weeds, trimmed branches, and unearthed stone borders once hidden by time. Conversation came slowly, not from necessity, but from comfort. Julian spoke first. "Your grandmother used to bring a book and read to the flowers. She believed roses listened better than people." Claire smiled. Maybe she was right. He looked up from where he knelt, a smudge of soil on his cheek. "Some things just need time, Claire. Even wild gardens come back to life if you're patient enough." Days passed. The orchard began to breathe again. What was once gray became green. What was once forgotten became beautiful. But it wasn't just the garden changing. Claire's laugh returned, light and unexpected. And Julian, though still quiet, watched her with eyes that held sunrise in them. One afternoon, as they worked, Claire discovered something hidden in the hedge, an old wooden bench, worn but intact. Faded letters were carved into the wood. E and M, 1957. She ran her fingers across the initials. My grandparents, she murmured. They fell in love here. Julian sat beside her, brushing away fallen petals. Love has deep roots, he said softly. It waits, even when we forget. Their hands touched on the bench. Neither pulled away. That evening, Julian returned with string lights and a basket. No words were exchanged. They hung the lights together in silence as dusk settled like a lullaby. As the orchard glowed beneath 1,000 tiny stars, music played softly from Julian's old radio. And for the first time, he offered her his hand. Not to work, but to dance. She hesitated. Then she placed her hand in his. They danced slowly, without rhythm, in a garden reborn. Claire leaned in, their faces inches apart. Her breath caught. Julian whispered her name. But just before their lips touched, Claire pulled away. Her heart ached with the weight of it, of fear, of timing, the unknown. I should go, she said quietly. Julian nodded once, his gaze steady but unreadable. That night, Claire stood at her window, looking down at the orchard lights still glowing. Her hand clutched the ribbon from one of the roses Julian had placed in her room. Though no words passed between them, something had changed. Something rooted itself deeply, quietly, beneath the harvest moon. Not love fulfilled, love becoming.
Manchester magic and mayhem, Pan's bravery, Stokes' strike, and England's ruthless reply. It was a day where courage danced with calamity, where history walked out wearing a moon boot, and where India's grip on the 4 Tests loosened under relentless pressure of England's opening salvo. Day 2 of the Manchester Test will be remembered not only for the scoreboard swings, but for the sheer audacity of Rishabh Pant and the calculated aggression of Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley. Pant's brave heart act. Morning at Old Trafford began quietly, overcast, cool and unsuspecting. But before long, Rishabh Pant seized the day's narrative, limping down the stairs, bat in hand, striding out with a fractured foot that should have kept him out for weeks. The roar from the Manchester crowd wasn't just noise, it was recognition of grit, of guts, of a cricketer who redefined commitment. Pant's 54 off 75 wasn't a cameo, it was a warrior's charge. He hit his 90th six in Test cricket, equaling Sehwag's Indian record, and surpassed Alex Stewart to notch the most Test runs by a wicketkeeper in a series in England. It was cricket theatre at its purest, a limping hero, an expectant crowd, and a series on the edge. Stokes finds his magic, but Pant's bravery could only drag India to 358. A total that looked robust but not imposing. That's largely because Ben Stokes turned back the years with the ball, aggressive, inventive, relentless. His 5-wicket haul, 5 for 72, was his first in 8 years. Whether it was trapping combos with a ball that kissed the outside edge or pitching it up with sharp movement, Stokes showed why he's more than captain, he's an instigator. The supporting act came from Jofra Archer 3 for 73, but it was Stokes who held the script. His 16 wickets in the series so far mark his most prolific Test series with the ball, surpassing even his Ashes debut heroics. Duckett and Crawley, demolition men. Then came England's counterpunch, a brutal, clinical, boundary-laced partnership from Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley that drained every ounce of energy from the Indian attack. In just 46 overs, the pair added 166 runs, flattening any plans India might have had for taking control. Duckett was merciless. He scored 94 runs, finding the boundary behind the square leg with surgical precision. Not one of his first 50 runs came through the offside, an oddity that underlined his control of line. One flick through mid-wicket from a good-length delivery had the crowd chanting before the ball crossed the rope. Crawley, more circumspect, endured early discomfort, including a rising snort from Boomer that struck his bottom hand. But once settled, his 84-run effort was filled with glorious drives and firm resolve. The ease with which he punished anything remotely full made India's bowlers look out of sorts. Indian bowlers misfire. It was India's bowling truly let the side down. Tactics were muddled, lengths inconsistent. The Duke's ball, notorious for getting dangerous after the 15th of October overs, was not exploited. Unsure combos, the debutant, was expensive early on, and while Siraj and Boomer tried, the discipline wasn't there. England raced along at nearly 5 runs per over, and even when Jadeja removed Crawley and combos got Dickett late in the day, the damage had been done. By stumps, England had racked up 225 for 2, trailing by just 133 runs with 2 fresh batters, Ollie Pope and Joe Root, ready to resume. Looking ahead, Day 2 closed with a poignant sense of what if for India. Pant gave them heart. Stokes showed them how. But Duckett and Crawley exposed a bowling unit in its rethinking and recalibration. Day 3 will now be pivotal. If India can't strike early and often, England could run away with the match in the series. They bowled to the left, they bowled to the right. The chant in the party stand said it all. India need to respond, and fast.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. Shall India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Do we control our destiny, or are our choices an illusion? Free will versus determinism is one of philosophy's oldest debates. Let's explore. For centuries, thinkers like Aristotle have championed the concept of free will, while others, such as Spinoza, have posited that the universe operates on deterministic laws, leaving little room for genuine choice. This debate has been a cornerstone of philosophical inquiry, shaping our understanding of human nature and our place in the cosmos. Aristotle, with his emphasis on individual agency, argued that humans possess the capacity to make choices independent of external forces. He believed that our actions are not preordained but are the result of rational deliberation and moral responsibility. In contrast, Spinoza, a rationalist philosopher, contended that everything in the universe, including human actions, is determined by preceding causes. According to Spinoza, free will is an illusion. Our choices are merely the outcome of a complex web of prior events and natural laws. This deterministic view suggests that understanding the underlying causes of our actions can lead to greater self-awareness and acceptance of our place in the natural order. The tension between free will and determinism remains a central theme in contemporary discussions, not only in philosophy but also in science, psychology, and even law. Advances in neuroscience, for instance, have provided new insights into how our brains make decisions, further complicating the debate. Some researchers suggest that our sense of free will might be a byproduct of complex neural processes, while others argue that understanding these processes can enhance our ability to make conscious choices. The implications of this debate are profound, influencing how we think about moral responsibility, legal accountability, and personal identity. If our actions are determined by factors beyond our control, can we truly be held accountable for them? Or does the belief in free will provide a necessary foundation for ethical behavior and social order? These questions remain as relevant today as they were in ancient times, continuing to inspire rigorous debate and introspection. As we delve deeper into the complexities of human thought and behavior, the dialogue between free will and determinism serves as a reminder of the enduring quest to understand ourselves and the world around us. Whether we lean towards the ideas of Aristotle or Spinoza, the exploration of these concepts continues to challenge and enrich our perspectives, driving us to seek greater clarity and meaning in our lives. Modern neuroscience complicates the debate. Experiments show that our brains make decisions milliseconds before we're consciously aware of them. Does this mean free will is just an illusion? Neuroscience has made significant strides in understanding the human brain, revealing intricate details about how we process information and make decisions. One of the most intriguing findings is that our brains often initiate actions before we become consciously aware of them. This discovery has profound implications for the concept of free will, a topic that has been debated by philosophers, scientists, and theologians for centuries. In a series of groundbreaking experiments, researchers have used advanced brain imaging techniques, such as functional MRI, to observe the brain's activity in real time. These studies have shown that specific patterns of neural activity can predict a person's decisions several milliseconds before they are consciously aware of making that choice. For instance, when a person decides to move their hand, the brain's motor cortex shows signs of activity moments before the individual reports the conscious intention to move. This phenomenon raises critical questions about the nature of free will. If our decisions are initiated by unconscious brain processes, can we truly be said to have control over our actions? Some scientists argue that what we perceive as free will is merely an illusion, a byproduct of complex neural mechanisms operating behind the scenes. They suggest that our sense of agency and control is constructed by the brain after the fact, giving us the impression that we are in charge of our choices. However, not everyone agrees with this deterministic view. Many philosophers and neuroscientists believe that free will and unconscious brain activity can coexist. They argue that while our brains may prepare for actions unconsciously, our conscious mind still plays a crucial role in shaping and guiding those actions. This perspective suggests that free will is not an all-or-nothing phenomenon, but rather a spectrum with varying degrees of conscious and unconscious influence. Moreover, the implications of these findings extend beyond the realm of academic debate. They touch on fundamental aspects of human experience, such as moral responsibility and personal identity. If our actions are determined by unconscious brain processes, how do we hold individuals accountable for their behavior? Can we still consider ourselves autonomous beings capable of making meaningful choices? As neuroscience continues to unravel the mysteries of the brain, the debate over free will is likely to evolve. New discoveries will undoubtedly shed more light on the intricate relationship between conscious thought and unconscious neural activity. In the meantime, the question remains, are we the true authors of our actions, or are we merely passengers on a ride controlled by our brains? Regardless of where one stands on this issue, it is clear that the study of neuroscience offers valuable insights into the workings of the human mind. By exploring the complex interplay between brain activity and conscious awareness, we can gain a deeper understanding of what it means to be human and the nature of our free will. Some argue that even if our choices are influenced by external factors, they're still ours to make. This perspective suggests that while we may be shaped by our environment, upbringing, and even genetic predispositions, the essence of choice remains intact. It's the idea that within the constraints of our circumstances, we still possess the agency to decide our actions. This viewpoint is often referred to as compatibilism, which reconciles free will with determinism. Compatibilists believe that freedom can exist even in a world governed by causal laws. They argue that as long as we act according to our desires and intentions, we are exercising free will, regardless of the underlying influences. Others suggest that determinism doesn't negate meaning or responsibility. From this angle, the deterministic nature of the universe doesn't strip life of its significance. Instead, it provides a framework within which we can understand our actions and their consequences. This school of thought posits that knowing our actions are determined can lead to a deeper sense of responsibility. If we recognize that our choices are the result of a complex interplay of factors, we might approach decision-making with greater care and consideration. This perspective can foster a sense of humility and interconnectedness as we acknowledge the myriad influences that shape our lives. Moreover, some philosophers argue that determinism can enhance our sense of purpose. If everything is interconnected and follows a certain order, then our lives are part of a larger, meaningful tapestry. This can be a source of comfort and motivation, as it suggests that our actions contribute to a greater whole. In this view, determinism doesn't diminish our significance, but rather situates us within a grand, coherent narrative. In conclusion, the debate between free will and determinism is complex and multifaceted. While some see determinism as a threat to autonomy, others find ways to harmonize it with a meaningful and responsible existence. Ultimately, the way we perceive this philosophical dilemma can profoundly influence how we understand ourselves and our place in the world. Free will or determinism? Maybe the truth is somewhere in the middle. What do you think? Are we truly free? Join the conversation below and subscribe for more philosophical insights.
Jamaica, land of wood and water. Emerald valleys kissed by the Caribbean sun, beaches so white they make you blink. But Jamaica is more than just a pretty face. It's a vibe, man, a rhythm. It gets under your skin, stays with you long after you've left. I remember my first time. Stepping off the plane, the air hit me. Thick, humid, smelling of salt and something sweet I couldn't place. Hibiscus, maybe? Didn't matter, I was hooked. This island, it doesn't hold back. It grabs you by the soul and pulls you in. The music, the food, the people. It's an assault on the senses in the best way possible. Let's talk about the landscape. Jamaica's got it all. Beaches that stretch on forever, white sand blindingly bright, water so clear you can see your toes 10 feet deep. Then there's the Blue Mountains, majestic, shrouded in mist, home to the best damn coffee in the world. Waterfalls cascade down lush green hillsides. Dunn's River Falls, a natural staircase of cool, refreshing water. Reach the top, you feel like you can conquer the world, or at least eat another jerk chicken patty. But it's not just about the big stuff. It's the little things, too. The way the light filters through the palm trees, the sound of the waves crashing against the shore, the smell of frangipani in the air. The real beauty of Jamaica? It's the people. Warm, welcoming, always smiling. They have a way of making you feel like family, even if you've only just met. They're survivors, these people. Strong, resilient, full of life. They'll tell you stories that'll make you laugh, stories that'll make you cry, stories that'll stay with you long after you've left. Life here isn't always easy. but they face it head-on with a smile and a song. Their spirit, it's infectious. It makes you want to be a better person. Music is the heartbeat of Jamaica. It's everywhere you go. Reggae, the soundtrack of the island. Bob Marley's message of love and unity, still resonating today. Ska with its infectious upbeat rhythm. Dancehall, high energy, pulsating, keeping the party going till dawn. Music is in their blood, these people. They live it, breathe it, feel it in their soul. Go to a sound system clash, watch the dancehall queens battle it out. Or find a local bar. Listen to a band play reggae classics under the stars. You'll understand what I'm talking about. My Jamaican vibe. I remember this one time I was in this little village outside Montego Bay. Stumbled upon this tiny bar tucked away down a side street. Local band playing, people dancing, drinking Red Stripe. The energy was electric. I felt it in my chest, this primal beat. Before I knew it, I was up and dancing too. No rhythm, no coordination, just pure joy. That's what Jamaica does to you. It strips away all the pretense, all the bullshit, leaves you with this raw, authentic experience. It's liberating, man. One love, one heart. Jamaica, it's a place of contradictions, poverty and wealth, beauty and hardship, all existing side by side. But through it all, there's this spirit of resilience, of hope. It's a place where you can lose yourself, find yourself, reinvent yourself. A place where you can leave your worries behind and just be. In the moment, present, alive. Jamaica, it's not just a destination, it's a state of mind. Beyond the beaches. Sure, the beaches are stunning, but venture beyond them. Hike through rainforests, climb waterfalls, explore hidden caves. Jamaica's beauty runs deeper than the coastline. Visit a local market, haggle for souvenirs, try exotic fruits you've never even heard of. Chat with the locals, hear their stories, learn about their lives. Jamaica's heart lies in its people, its culture, its soul. Take the time to discover it, and you'll be richly rewarded. Jamaica calling, so what are you waiting for? Book that ticket, pack your bags, and get ready for an adventure. Jamaica's calling, man. Are you gonna answer?
5 key strategies for India to win the match at Lord's. KL Rahul, anchor with nerves of steel. Rahul, unbeaten on 33, must play the role of sheet anchor. He needs to bat deep, ignore the scoreboard, and force England into defensive fields. If he can guide India through the first hour, the pressure will shift squarely onto England. Reveal in the middle order's firepower. Rishabh Pant's injury is a concern, but even at 70%, he can change a match in 30 balls. If Jadeja joins him or Rahul in a partnership, their experience and temperament will be vital. Calm heads must prevail. No rush strokes, just clinical cricket. Neutralize the Archer-Collins threat early. Bryden Collins has already snatched 2 crucial wickets. India must blunt his opening spell with patience and leave anything outside off. Surviving the first 10 to 15 overs could deflate England's energy and fan pressure. Use night watchman momentum. While Akashdeep is gone, India still has the momentum from their bowling performance. They chased down 328 at the Gabber in 2021 with a weaker lineup. Confidence from previous run, chasers must be channeled to believe and build steady partnerships. Don't chase the target, build the innings. 135 runs is deceptively tricky under pressure. India must think in terms of 5 27-run partnerships, not a single target. Break the chase into small milestones, first 25, then 50, then the halfway mark. Each run piles the pressure on England. Bonus insight. Watch the weather and the pitch. There's little help for seamers from the pitch now, but bounce and reverse swing might creep in late in the session. India must be wary of the second new balls threat and retake the strike smartly to avoid stagnation. If India plays to their strengths, calm minds, sharp cricket, and calculated aggression, they will seal this match and take control of the series.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play, another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Troy shuffled down the hallway, his gaze fixed on his worn-out trainers. They were scuffed and faded, a stark contrast to the pristine, limited-edition sneakers his friends sported. He longed to be like them, confident and effortlessly cool. They had the latest gadgets, the trendiest clothes, and an air of belonging that he craved. Lunchtime meant joining them at their usual table, where they'd swap stories about weekend adventures he could only dream of. Troy came from a humble background. His mom worked tirelessly to provide for him, and he understood the value of hard work. He knew that asking for expensive sneakers was out of the question. Still, he couldn't shake off the feeling of being an outsider, a shadow trailing behind the radiant glow of his friends. The longing to fit in gnawed at him.
Hey Troy, check out these kicks. Limited edition, man. Got the last pair in the city.
Jaden, the ringleader of their group, greeted him with a playful punch on the arm. He puffed out his chest, showcasing the vibrant sneakers. The others gathered around, showering Jaden with compliments.
Nah, not really.
Troy forced a smile, trying to ignore the pang of envy twisting in his gut. He knew he couldn't compete with their extravagant lifestyles, nor did he want to. But the pressure to belong, to be accepted as one of them, was a heavy weight on his chest.
So Troy, what's new in your world? You saving up for anything cool?
You gotta up your game, man. We can't have you lagging behind.
The pressure to prove himself, to earn his place among them, intensified. The thought, once a mere flicker, grew into a consuming fire. Troy couldn't shake off the image of those limited edition sneakers, a symbol of belonging he desperately craved. He knew it was wrong, knew the consequences could be dire, but the allure of acceptance clouded his judgment. He convinced himself it was just a harmless prank, a way to prove he was one of them. After school, his heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and dread, Troy found himself outside Mr. Ben's shoe emporium. The bell above the door chimed as he entered, the scent of polished leather filling his nostrils. Mr. Ben, a kind-faced elderly man, looked up from his counter, a warm smile gracing his wrinkled face.
Afternoon, son. Looking for something special?
Just browsing.
Troy mumbled, his gaze darting nervously around the shop. He spotted them instantly, the coveted sneakers displayed prominently on a pedestal near the back. The vibrant colors seemed to call out to him, fueling his reckless desire. Waiting for the opportune moment when Mr. Ben was distracted, Troy made his move. He snatched the sneakers from the display, his heart hammering in his chest, and slipped them into his backpack. A wave of guilt washed over him, but he pushed it down, telling himself it was worth it for the acceptance he craved. He hadn't even reached the door when a firm hand clamped down on his shoulder.
Not so fast, son.
Mr. Ben's voice, usually gentle, was now laced with disappointment. Troy froze, the weight of his actions crashing down on him. The sneakers in his backpack suddenly felt heavier than he could bear. Shame washed over Troy, hot and suffocating. He looked at Mr. Ben, his face a mixture of sadness and disappointment. The twinkle in the old man's eyes, usually so welcoming, was now replaced by a shadow of betrayal.
I wanted to disappear, to melt into the floorboards and escape the consequences of my actions.
The weight of disappointment in Mr. Ben's eyes was far heavier than any legal punishment. He had let down not just the law but also a kind soul who had shown him nothing but warmth. Yet, amidst the fear and regret, a glimmer of hope emerged. Instead of the expected anger, Mr. Ben spoke to the officer in a low voice, his tone surprisingly calm.
I have a program called Second Chance for troubled youth. It offers them an opportunity to work off their misdeeds through community service and mentorship, a chance to learn from their mistakes and rebuild trust.
The officer listened intently, nodding in understanding. He turned to Troy, his expression softening slightly.
Mr. Ben is giving you a rare opportunity, son. A chance to make things right. Don't waste it.
Troy clung to Mr. Ben's words like a lifeline. It was a chance to atone, to prove that he was better than the mistake he had made. He looked at the old man, his heart filled with a mixture of gratitude and remorse. This wasn't just about avoiding legal trouble, it was about earning back the respect he had so recklessly thrown away. The following Saturday, Troy found himself back at Mr. Ben's shoe emporium, but this time, he wasn't a customer, but a helper. He started by cleaning shelves, organizing stock, and assisting customers. Mr. Ben, true to his word, became his mentor, guiding him with patience and wisdom.
Respect isn't about the shoes you wear, son. It's about the choices you make. It's about being someone you can be proud of, someone others can rely on.
Days turned into weeks, and with each passing day, Troy felt a change within himself. The guilt and shame he had carried began to lift, replaced by a sense of purpose. He found satisfaction in completing his tasks diligently, in learning the trade from a seasoned professional.
I realized that true happiness stemmed not from material possessions or fleeting approval, but from the quiet satisfaction of earning respect, both from others and from myself.
The sneakers he had coveted now sat on a shelf, a reminder of his folly. He no longer saw them as a symbol of belonging, but as a symbol of the day he had chosen the wrong path, and the kindness that had steered him back in the right direction. As weeks turned into months, Troy's transformation was remarkable. He started holding his head high, his eyes reflecting a newfound confidence that had nothing to do with brand names or social status. He was no longer the insecure teenager yearning for acceptance, but a young man comfortable in his own skin.
My relationship with Mr. Ben deepened, evolving from shopkeeper and offender to something akin to grandfather and grandson. We shared stories, laughter, and a bond built on trust and mutual respect.
Mr. Ben taught him not just about shoes, but about life, about the importance of kindness, perseverance, and staying true to oneself.
The other shopkeepers on the street, who had once viewed you with suspicion, now greet you with a nod and a smile. You've become a familiar face in the community, known for your work ethic and genuine nature.
One evening, as Troy was closing up the shop, he noticed a group of teenagers eyeing a pair of sneakers. Their faces mirrored his own longing from months ago, the yearning for acceptance evident in their eyes. He saw his own reflection in their hesitant glances, his own past struggles in their uncertain postures. He knew he had a story to tell, a lesson to share. Taking a deep breath, Troy approached the group of teenagers. He shared his story, his voice steady and sincere.
I spoke about the allure of shortcuts, the weight of bad choices, and the transformative power of redemption. True respect isn't about the brands you wear, but the values you embrace. Mr. Ben's unwavering belief and the Second Chance program saved me from legal trouble and set me on a path of growth and self-discovery.
He encouraged them to define their own worth, to seek validation from within, and to remember that true belonging came from being part of something positive, something larger than themselves.
As I spoke, I saw a flicker of recognition in their eyes, a spark of understanding. If I could reach even one of them, prevent them from making the same mistakes I had, it would be worth it.
Walking home that night, Troy looked at his own reflection in the shop windows, no longer with despair, but with quiet pride. He had stumbled, faltered, and fallen, but he had risen, stronger and wiser. He had learned that true growth stemmed not from fitting in, but from standing out, from making choices that reflected the best version of himself. The journey had been tough, but it had shaped him into someone he could be proud of.
I realized that the acceptance I sought was within me all along.
And with that realization, Troy knew he was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. He had found his place not among the cool kids, but within his own heart.
Welcome back, cricket lovers, to another electric episode of I Don't Like Cricket. I Love It Live, the only place where the sound of leather on willow echoes like a symphony, and every test match is a 5-day drama we can't take our eyes off. And this week, we're not just talking cricket, we're talking resurrection, a rebirth, a roar from India that's shaking the very foundations of baseball. Let's dive into it. India crushed England by 337 runs at Edgbaston. Make no mistake, this wasn't just a win, this was an absolute dismantling. India piled up 587 in the first innings, declared on 427 for 6 in the second, and set a world record target of 608. England, all out for 270, chasing shadows and a ghost of their own inflated philosophy. The headline? Shubman Gill's glorious captaincy and batting double-double. 269 in the first dig, 161 in the second. Deep, 10 wickets, including 6 in the final innings. Baseball, burnt to a crisp. Gill, the captain India didn't know it needed. Is this the moment we look back and say, that's when it all changed? Gill batted with the freedom of a jazz saxophonist and the precision of a Swiss watchmaker. His 269 was a canvas, strokes all around the wicket, disdain for the short ball, and a complete dismantling of England's spin and pace. He followed it with 161 in the second, making him the first player in Test history to score a 200 and a 150 in the same match. He hit England's bowlers like a well-synced metronome, making even their best look toothless. And as captain, calm, measured, tactical. His field placements were sharp, declarations perfectly timed, and most importantly, his belief contagious. The players followed his example, and the bowlers bowled like lions. India has had many greats, but with talk already of 120-plus international centuries, Gill might just be the next great heir, a blend of aggression, composure, and artistry. Dare we say it? The new Don Bradman? Baseball bruised and beaten, at home. Now, let's talk about baseball. Remember the hype? The swagger? Well, here's the bitter truth. India just out-baseballed England in England. The so-called fearless approach was neutralized by smart field placements, pinpoint bowling, and scoreboard pressure. England's top order, Crawley, Pope, Root, Brooke all failed to convert. There was no anchor, no substance, just flashes, and mostly fizzles. Even England's famed depth felt like a myth, with Jamie Smith briefly threatening before being outfoxed. There was no counterpunch, just resistance and then collapse. Deep from stand-in to star, with Rashid, few expected the Indian seam attack to dominate, but Deep had other plans. He didn't just fill in, he filled up the stat sheet, ripping through England with figures of 10 wickets for 90 across the match, including a second innings haul of 6 for 51. His line was relentless, his length nagging. He beat bat after bat with in-swing, outswing, seam movement, bounds, you name it. At times, even the stumps seemed afraid to fall. And let's not forget, and all doing their part. India's bowling, without, looked more threatening than England's entire attack. 5 reasons why India triumphed. Let's summarize this masterpiece in 5 powerful strokes. Shubman Gill's genius, 2 innings for the ages. England's baseball bust, all talk, little walk. Indian bowlers appended English bowlers, taught them a lesson in their own conditions. Sorry, it's the simple, deadly truth. Tactical excellence. India read the pitch, the match situation, and the mood better. Mental toughness. When it mattered, India stayed sharp. England wilted. What this means for India. India came to Edgbaston carrying the weight of recent overseas disappointments. They leave with a 337-run win, momentum, swagger, and belief. This win buries old ghosts and awakens a giant. Shubman Gill has not only led India to one of its most dominant test wins overseas, he's reminded the world that this team is not in transition, it's in ascension. India is ready to roar again. At Lord's, at the Oval, and beyond. Final thoughts. So to every doubter of Shubman Gill, to every advocate of baseball, to those who thought India couldn't win in England again, this was your wake-up call. Because I don't like cricket, I love IT Live. Just watched one of the most complete, clinical, and commanding test wins of this generation. See you at Lord's. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Dynamic Dymentionz for more. And until next time, keep loving cricket the way India played it this week.
From the first ball to the final call, we rise, we cheer, we never fall. I don't like cricket. I love it. I love it. Feel the fire, bring the sound. Cricket's king, the world's well playground. Say it loud, say it proud. Don't like cricket. I love it. I don't like cricket. I love it. Ball by ball, we feel the thrill. From Eden Gardens to Adelaide Hill. Big sixes fly, the stumps go down. This game's got fire in every town.
20, we know the score. It's not just a game, it's so much more. The sound of leather, the cheer of the crowd. We bleed the colors, we shout it loud. I don't like cricket, I love it. Spin or pace, we stand and sit. I don't like cricket, I love it. Every match is pure legit. Who's at the crease? Who's on the mic? Let's begin. Raise your voice, don't ever quit. Say it proud, say it quick. I don't like cricket, I love it. I don't like cricket, I love it. Join the squad, we go deep. Toss rolling, no time to sleep. Match reviews and killer stats with quizzes, chants, and cricket chat. I don't like cricket, I love it. Game by game, hit by hit. I don't like cricket, I love it. This is the show where passion's lit.
Imagine a reality where every choice you've made has spawned a new universe. Welcome to the multiverse, a theory that suggests we might be one of infinite worlds. Every decision, no matter how small, creates a ripple effect that can alter the course of your life. Now imagine if each of these decisions created a new branch in the fabric of reality. This is the essence of the multiverse theory. It suggests that for every possible outcome to every decision ever made, there exists a separate, parallel universe. Scientists and theorists have long pondered the existence of these parallel worlds. Some believe that these universes are constantly interacting with our own, influencing events in ways we cannot yet comprehend. Others think they exist in isolation, never to be discovered or experienced by us. The multiverse theory challenges our understanding of reality and our place within it. It opens up a realm of possibilities that are as exciting as they are daunting. If true, it means that every action we take is not just a step in our own journey, but a thread in the vast, intricate tapestry of countless other lives and worlds. So, as you go about your day, remember that every choice you make could be creating a new universe. The multiverse is not just a concept for scientists and philosophers, it is a reminder of the infinite possibilities that lie within each moment. Welcome to the multiverse, a place where every decision matters and every possibility exists. The multiverse theory suggests our universe is just one of many. These alternate realities could differ slightly, or be completely unrecognizable. Quantum mechanics hints at the multiverse. For example, the many worlds interpretation suggests that every quantum decision creates a new universe. String theory also supports the idea with multiple dimensions beyond our perception. This groundbreaking field of physics explores the behavior of particles at the smallest scales, where the classical laws of physics no longer apply. At this level, particles can exist in multiple states at once, a phenomenon known as superposition. This has led scientists to propose the existence of parallel universes, where every possible outcome of a quantum event actually occurs. These parallel universes are not just a theoretical concept, but are supported by mathematical equations and experimental evidence. The implications of this are profound, suggesting that our universe is just one of an infinite number of universes, each with its own version of reality. The many worlds interpretation was first proposed by physicist Hugh Everett in 1957, and has since gained significant support within the scientific community. According to this theory, every time a quantum event occurs, the universe splits into multiple branches, each representing a different possible outcome. This means that there are countless versions of ourselves living out different lives in parallel universes. The many worlds interpretation challenges our understanding of reality and raises intriguing questions about the nature of existence and free will. If every possible outcome is realized in some universe, what does that mean for our choices and actions? Are we truly in control of our destiny, or are we just one of many versions of ourselves playing out different scenarios? String theory is a theoretical framework that attempts to reconcile quantum mechanics and general relativity by proposing that the fundamental building blocks of the universe are not particles, but tiny, vibrating strings. These strings can vibrate at different frequencies, giving rise to the various particles and forces we observe. One of the most fascinating aspects of string theory is that it requires the existence of additional dimensions beyond the familiar 3 dimensions of space and 1 dimension of time. In some versions of string theory, there are as many as 11 dimensions, most of which are hidden from our perception. These extra dimensions could provide the key to understanding the fundamental nature of reality and the connections between different universes. By exploring these hidden dimensions, scientists hope to uncover the underlying principles that govern the multiverse and unlock the secrets of the cosmos. If infinite universes exist, does free will matter? Are we living in the best version of reality? Or is our universe just one of countless possibilities? The multiverse expands our imagination and challenges our understanding of reality. Could we one day prove it exists? Or is it forever beyond our reach? The concept of the multiverse is not just a flight of fancy. It is rooted in some of the most cutting-edge theories in physics and cosmology. Scientists are delving into the mysteries of quantum mechanics, string theory, and cosmic inflation to understand how multiple universes could coexist. Particle accelerators, like the Large Hadron Collider, are probing the fundamental particles of the universe, searching for clues that might hint at the existence of other realms. The vastness of space and the limitations of our current technology make it a daunting challenge. Yet the human spirit is undeterred. We continue to gaze into the cosmos, driven by an insatiable curiosity and a desire to uncover the secrets of the universe. What do you think of the multiverse? This idea has sparked countless debates and discussions among scientists, philosophers, and enthusiasts alike. It invites us to ponder profound questions about our place in the cosmos and the nature of reality itself. Share your thoughts and subscribe for more cosmic mysteries. Your engagement helps us explore these fascinating topics further. Join us on this journey as we delve into the wonders of the universe and beyond. Together we can unravel the mysteries of the cosmos and expand our understanding of the multiverse.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, will legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope's we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Your mind be a rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our idea rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our idea rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shalwa India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat filled a roar. With that involved, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India will always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope sweet shakes, victory shines on every face. Your India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. And every heartbeat filled a roar. With that involved, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India will always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope sweet shakes, victory shines on every face. Your mind
underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our idea rising high. Underneath the painted sky, with every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Like stars at night, swinging beams, pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our idea rising high. Underneath the painted sky, with every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Okay. Okay. And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. And every heartbeat filled a roar. With that involved, with legends born. Colors guide the picture, light for India will always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope, sweet shakes, victory shines on every face. Your mind be a rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. And every heartbeat filled a roar. With that involved, with legends born. Colors guide the picture, light for India will always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope, sweet shakes, victory shines on every face. Your mind be a rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
God's grace, the gift we don't deserve but desperately need. Introduction. Grace is one of the most beautiful and mysterious words in all of Scripture. We sing about it, amazing grace, how sweet the sound. We talk about it there, but for the grace of God go I. But how often do we stop to truly reflect on what grace means? Grace is more than God being nice. It's more than a second chance. Grace is the unearned, undeserved, freely given favor of God poured out on broken, undeserving people like you and me. And without it, we're lost. But with it, we have everything. Today, let's explore God's grace in 3 dimensions. Grace that saves, grace that sustains, and grace that transforms. 1. Grace that saves. Ephesians 2:8-9 tells us plainly, "For by grace you have been saved through faith. And this is not your own doing. It is the gift of God, not a result of works, so that no one may boast." Think about that. We didn't earn our salvation. We didn't deserve it. It wasn't a reward for our goodness. It was a rescue from our sin. Every one of us was spiritually bankrupt. We had nothing to offer God. But in His love, He extended grace through Jesus Christ. One of the most powerful pictures of this is the thief on the cross. Here's a man who lived a life of crime and rebellion. Yet in his final moments, he turns to Jesus and says, "Remember me when you come into your kingdom." And Jesus replies, "Today you will be with me in paradise." That's grace. No time to earn it. No rituals performed. Just faith and the overflowing grace of God. Maybe you feel like you've messed up too much for God to love you. Let me assure you, God's grace reaches further than your sin can ever stretch. Romans 5:20 says, "Where sin increased, grace abounded all the more." You are never too far gone for God's grace to reach you. 2. Grace that sustains. Grace doesn't stop at salvation. It walks with us every day. Life is hard. The Christian walk is challenging, but grace sustains us. Paul knew this well. In 2 Corinthians 12, he talks about a thorn in the flesh, something painful he pleaded with God to remove. And what did God say? "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness." I've talked to believers who've battled depression, chronic illness, or the pain of betrayal. They didn't get the miracle they prayed for, but they got something deeper, the strength to endure. That's grace. Not a flashy feel-good moment, but a deep sustaining power that keeps you standing when you want to give up. One woman in our community lost her husband to cancer after years of prayer. She said, "Something I'll never forget. God didn't heal my husband the way I asked, but He healed me in ways I never expected." That's the mystery of sustaining grace. It carries you when life knocks you down. 3. Grace that transforms. Grace is not a license to stay the same. It's the power to become new. Titus 2:11-12 says, "For the grace of God has appeared that offers salvation to all people." It teaches us to say no to ungodliness and to live self-controlled, upright, and godly lives. True grace doesn't just forgive sin. It changes our relationship with it. It teaches us, shapes us, convicts us. Grace says you are loved as you are, but you're not left as you are. Think of Peter. He denied Jesus 3 times, publicly, shamefully. But after the resurrection, Jesus restores him. And not just restores, He commissions him to lead the early church. That's transforming grace. It turns cowards into preachers, failures into shepherds, and doubters into disciples. I once heard a man share how God's grace broke his addiction. It wasn't instant. It was a process, messy, slow, and full of stumbles. But through accountability, prayer, and God's word, he began to change. It wasn't willpower, he said. It was grace power. That's what grace does. It transforms us from the inside out. Conclusion. So today, let this truth sink deep into your heart that grace is not just a doctrine, it's the heartbeat of the gospel. It saves you when you're lost, it sustains you when you're weak, and it transforms you into who you were always meant to be. Don't try to earn it. You can't. Don't try to deserve it. You won't. Just receive it, rest in it, and let it change everything about you. As 2 Corinthians 9:8 says, God is able to make all grace abound to you, so that in all things at all times, having all that you need, you will abound in every good work. That's grace. Amazing, overflowing, unshakable grace.
Okay.
Okay.
gentle winds of kindness blow. Every shadow fades, every worry dies. You're my heart, my lullaby. The night wraps around you like a warm embrace. Peaceful tides in
the stars, where the silence hums. Midnight rainfall gently drums. A world of whispers, soft and true. The night unfolds its quiet hue. Rain falls light like a dreamer's sigh. Soft beats hum as clouds drift by. Piano notes in the misty air. Peaceful whispers everywhere. The guitar plucks through the gentle breeze. Notes that dance like falling leaves. A calm embrace in the velvet night. The rainfall sings its lullaby right. Rain falls like a dreamer's sigh. Soft beats hum as clouds drift by. Piano notes in the misty air. Peaceful whispers everywhere. The sky weeps soft its tender song. A rhythm where our hearts belong. Each drop a kiss on the window pane, binding the soul with the midnight rain. Rain falls like a dreamer's sigh. Soft beats hum as clouds drift by. Piano notes in the misty air. Peaceful whispers everywhere. The night is deep, the world so far. I drift away on a shooting star. A velvet sky, a gentle glow. Through endless space I softly go. The moon it winks with a silver hue, a cosmic dance in shades of blue. The Milky Way, a sparkling stream, carries me gently into my dream. Floating among the stars tonight, lost in the vast eternal light. No bounds, no chains, no earthly ties, just me and the universe in disguise. Whispers of planets hum low and sweet, a melody where dreams and stardust meet. Gravity fades, I'm light as air, a tranquil voyage beyond compare. The comets blaze their fiery trails, telling secrets in cosmic tales. Nebulas bloom in colors so rare, an endless beauty beyond compare. Floating among the stars tonight, lost in the vast eternal light. No bounds, no chains, no earthly ties, just me and the universe
dreams reside, safe in stars, no need to hide, safe in the stars where whispers glow, a gentle place the heart will know. Let the moonlight guide your dreams, safe in the stars with silver beams. Feel the calm the world instills. Soft as whispers, gentle thrill, cradled by the velvet skies, safe in stars where love applies, safe in the stars where whispers glow, a gentle place the heart will know. Let the moonlight guide your dreams, safe in the stars with silver beams. No storm Night will guard you till the day. In the sky where dreams reside, safe in stars, no
whispers in the sky. Hold me close, no need to roam. Safe within your arms, my home. Gentle breeze through window drift. Moonlight paints the world in gifts. Shadows dance in tender play. Dreams will guide us far away. Rock me gently through the night. Carry me to morning light. Let your voice be my refrain. Ease my heart from every pain. Hands so warm they cradle tight. Through the dark you bring the light. Each soft hum a lullaby. Waves of peace they lull and fly. Close my eyes, the world fades slow. Drift to places we don't know. Feel your heartbeat next to mine. Time dissolves in love's design. Rock me gently through the night. Carry me to morning light. Let your voice be my refrain. Ease my heart from every pain.
The night is deep, the world so far. I drift away on a shooting star. A velvet sky, a gentle glow. Through endless space I softly go. The moon it winks with a silver hue, a cosmic dance in shades of blue. The Milky Way, a sparkling stream, carries me gently into my dream. Floating among the stars tonight, lost in the vast eternal light. No bounds, no chains, no earthly ties. Just me and the universe in disguise. Whispers of planets hum low and sweet. A melody where dreams and stardust meet. Gravity fades, I'm light as air. A tranquil voyage beyond compare. The comets blaze their fiery trails, telling secrets in cosmic tales. Nebulas bloom in colors so rare, an endless beauty beyond compare. Floating among the stars tonight, lost in the vast eternal light. No bounds, no chains, no earthly ties. Just me and the